Hi, welcome everyone. So yeah, Lady Rain managed to make Momo jump, not just me. Thank you, Lady Rain. I did work on those sounds, by the way, so mods that did not have sounds will now finally have sounds. So when they show up and they speak, they will be surprised. Let's just say that. So they have no idea what I have done, and I hope it fits them. So, but yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Gonna do some Genshin. Of course, got things in the works today for St. Jude fundraising. So, wish me luck, wish me luck. Boop, boop, boop. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Also, if you do ! donate, it gives you information. There's information on the screen. When you go to the link, make sure you look at the rewards and use that information. Don't just donate. Make sure you redeem a reward. You deserve it, so that kind of thing too. Yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome. Welcome to day 1 of my fundraising for St. Jude. Thank you, Momo. Thank you for the good luck. And thank you for the penguin with the little flower. It's so pretty. I love it. I love it. Why are penguins so... Why are we so fascinated with penguins? I mean, I love Piplup. Let's be real. I love Pokemon. I love Piplup. You know what? I'm surprised I haven't painted a Piplup yet. I don't know. Maybe that's one of the paintings coming up. Maybe we'll do an art stream for fundraising. That might be kind of fun. Maybe I'll do an art stream tomorrow. I need to finish my Drifloon painting. You guys know which one. One with the thick legs. Yeah. I still have not fixed the thick legs either, so, the poor Drifloon. He has, you know, his little balloon strings or whatever, arm things with hearts on the end, and yeah, they're still too thick, so. We just call him THICC thick. Yeah. But yeah, one of the cards we have today is from St. Jude. It's a little scratch card, and once we hit different target points as a group, as a team, I have to scratch these and find out what I have to do on these. I'm not exactly how this works, except for it mentions something about blindfolded gameplay. It mentions exercise, so I'm kind of terrified of this card, to be real. I don't know what it's gonna make me do, so I really don't know. Thank you for the lurk. Must have made you all. Hopefully you're still alive when I arrive back home, but if not, may your stream go splendid, and I shall catch up later. Of course, Lady Rain. Have a wonderful time, and tell us about your D&D session when you get back. I can't wait to hear about it. Moripiku escaped no one called Moripiku! I love Moripiku. You didn't see an announcement in Discord, by the way? Discord being slow. As soon as I post it, it'll do it late. I'm like, I'll give it another minute. Yeah. There it goes. I didn't do it. There it goes. Hey, at least it snapped a semi-lovely picture of me going like this and not doing something like, you know, that's usually what happens when it goes live. It's like this most hideous picture that it can make of me. And I'm like, why, Discord? Why? Why do you do this? Why do you take snapshots at my worst opportunity? Yeah, it could have been with this one too. See, here's the print. This is one of the 5x7 prints of the Pikachu painting in the background that are also available for donations. So I'm excited to give these away. This is the first time I've had them done, and they turned out really well. So they're beautiful. Colors very accurately represent the paintings, which makes me happy. So I will be doing Eevee ones later. I don't have Eevee ones yet, but you could choose Eevee over Pikachu if one wishes. And then I also have my brand new little stickers. They're so cute. These are brand new. Okay. It's kind of hard to see right here, but of course it's my icon up here in the corner, like right there, right that right there, her. That's what the sticker is. It's my KimonoKat. It's my character, my personal character of me, which, you know, makes me feel like I should have a braid in my hair or something, you know. Sometimes I do, but it's pretty rare. I like doing braids though. And then I have to put in my ears, but my ears aren't blonde, my ears are purple. Maybe I should see if I can find some blonde ears. It would look more realistic and kind of blend into my hair. That would be cute. I don't know. Racy Tea! Makes me wish I could spare some money. It's all good, Tank. Just being here is support. And if you're on my Twitter and you want to retweet, that helps too, you know? It's all good. Retweets count. Moral support counts. Positive vibes. No money necessary. Oh, good that you remind me. There, now we have a braid. And now I just need to put in my purple ears. Ta-da! Now we have ears. Meow. But yeah, any retweets, that all helps. You never know who's watching, you never know who will stop in and want to contribute to St. Jude. Everything's done through Tiltify. I don't touch the money at all. It goes straight to them. All set up through a campaign, just like all the other streamers do. So it's awesome. It's easy. Braid is cute. Thank you. Hi, Shane. Welcome.
Expecto Patronum!
More loud sounds. More loud sounds. Oh, Shane. I was just showing everybody. It's the card. There's the print. The 5x7 Pikachu print. The colors came out so good. I'm so happy with them. They're beautimous. And here's the forbidden scary card that I'm scared of that we won't talk about. Thanks for the hype. Thanks. Thanks for the hype. And the little KimonoKat stickers. They're so cute. They're brand new. But I'm excited for today. And we're gonna play some Genshin, I think, you know? Eventually we'll get to the actual game that we're loading, right? But yeah, let's do this. I got my St. Jude shirt on. They gave me all kinds of stuff to do the fundraising, which I was very thankful and unexpected, as some of you know. And then, but yeah, there's like pins and stickers. Who knows? People that donate might get surprises in their packets in addition to what they redeem in their rewards. So we'll see. I might throw extra things in there. We're gonna play some Genshin. I think I figured some things out with Genshin and capturing it better, so that makes me happy today too. Another reason I was like, I'm gonna go live, and then I took a little longer than expected. Oh, Phoenix Hearts retweeted, and so did Momo. Thank you. Tweet. All the... Okay. Parker! Yes. If you do indeed contribute via money, you can also just contribute by, you know, retweeting, shouting me out. In your communities and online. But if you do, be sure to select a reward. You deserve one. If you don't go to the rewards section and select one as you're donating, then it doesn't click in that you redeemed one. Because some people just donate and don't want a reward, because that's an option too. Genshin. I met this cute little character playing Genshin. Wait till you see. She's so adorable. It's one of the special events. Scratch card is sent to me by charity, and basically it's as a group, as you hit those, kind of like the milestone thing, as you hit these mini milestones or targets they're called, I have to scratch them, and it's done as a team as a whole. So when that happens, once we reach those points, then I get to scratch these off and find out what St. Jude is going to make me do. Because I don't know. I really don't know. It mentions like 2 things on here: playing games blindfolded and exercise, so I'm scared. Don't know. But yes, welcome, Sixer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did your thing make a sound when you jumped in, Sixer? I didn't even pay attention. There should have been a sound when you jumped in. I set up my soundboard to add sounds for all my mods. Let's look. Events. Thought I heard a sound, but I wasn't paying super attention. Oh, I spelled your name wrong. Dang it. No wonder it didn't do it. Let me fix that. Good job, good job. So I'm gonna fix your name. And then after I hit save, I want you to type again. Okay. Now you can type again. And it should do something.
Bruh.
Oh god, yeah, there it goes. I didn't know what sound to pick for you, but I feel like I remember you jumping into voice chats and doing that, and that's all you do. It's like you jump in, you're like, bruh, what's going on? And I feel like that was you, so I had to. But yeah, here's my new little friend that's following me around in Genshin. That was really loud, it scared me. If you want a different sound, just let me know later, but that's the one I picked for you for now. Now I'm laughing at myself. Here we go. It's perfect. Okay. It sounds like something you would do. Yeah, we ran into this little guy at the event here, and we're supposed to be doing things with this little fly thing. It's so cute. I forget what it's called, Sorosis or something. It's one of the event things. If you go to events and you do not, where's it at? This one. You get to play with this little friend for a while, and you actually activate it just like you activate your camera. It's interesting. So of course I'm doing it to see what promos I can get. Oh, I'll have to grind that out. Yeah, it's fun. Get the promos and follow this little quest here. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'll set this to just my login. So the fun part is you can just hit Z and you like literally become this little creature. And you fly as this cutie pie for a extended amount of time. Don't stray too far from your companion. But you can activate things with your companion. Oh my gosh, there we go. Somebody did something. Momo! Thank you for the $5, Momo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I heard that noise. Oh, I get to change that noise, by the way, guys. That was like the level up noise. Did the little notification graphic come up or just the sound? I should have been Keely popped up. Let me check that real quick. It did it too fast for me to even notice. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the $5. And let me see if it tells me what you did. Incentives, yes. Target, reward, view details. On the cheek they go. So you did the thing, okay. Sweet, you did the googly eye reward. It does tell me, that makes me happy. And then, and that sound even startled me. Screen stuff, don't know if I set that up. Yeah, I set it up through the browser, but maybe it didn't save it. Let me look real quick. Media, information, overlay. Trying to remember where it was at. Live settings. There we go, maybe. Overlays, here we go. The default is recommended. I thought I already edited it. It's like it didn't save all my settings the other day. Alert box. Sticker. Save. Yes. Okay, so I saved the alert box again. We'll see if it pops up. This test should show up only for me. Alright. But there are some interesting sounds I can do and later on. Yeah. But yeah. Hopefully that'll work. And that will update that. And we'll check that out later. Jay, welcome, Metro. Parker, I would need it for my Santa business, or what you Brits call Father Christmas. Oh man. Who knew I have to buy a webcam to use OBS? Man, I hate tech. You could use an old phone too. This is very true. But welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. I get to put. What color eyeball do you want me to put on my face, Momo? And where? We got red. We got blue. We got green. We got pink. All right, I'm just gonna pour a bunch of them out. Yeah. Just pink. Pink. If there are any. Okay. Where do you want me to put it? Momo and Parker caught the Pokemon! Congrats! But JJ Retro, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing awesome. I have to give some shout outs. Jay, welcome, Jay. Sixer. There we go. Says 2. 1 on each cheek. Wow, Shane did a $25 donation. Thank you so much, Shane. I didn't even hear it go off yet. But thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are gonna have to keep me on top of this, because let's see. So on my cheek. I have an eye on my cheek now. I heard it go off right when I donated. Oh, okay. Good. I think it's because I was testing at the same time. I was wondering why it sounded like a double juju. Because I was testing at the same time. Did you hear that you're closing Star Cruiser at Disney? What? Why? You're welcome. But thank you so much, Shane. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for doing the 25. Oh, what happens at 25? I'm scared to look. Targets. Was there a 25 target? No, I don't think so. Is there? No, no, no. Targets. Go back to this screen. I got too many screens open for this. Yay! View details. Commented on the cheek they go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Shane, that was Momo's. And scratch card redeem incentive. So it goes toward that. Pico or Eevee print. Oh, you redeemed the Pico or Eevee print. Awesome. You didn't have to do that. You know that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I think the redeem starts at the target mark. This thing is confusing for the target thing. I need like 5 screens open just for the thing. Okay, yeah. A little bit longer and we'll get to the scratcher thing. We're not to the scratcher thing yet. Thank God. I'm scared. Or welcome, welcome, welcome. Your name is in front of it a bit though. Okay. Yeah, KimonoKat name needs to move. Let's see. Kitty. Where is my logo name? Is it this one? It is. I'll just put it. I don't know. Put it. Put it somewhere up here. Did that work? Nope. We're just gonna like. Maybe I just hide it. That's what I'll do. I'll just hide it for now. I don't need it. There we go. And this kitty can come in a little bit. Bottom right. Low attendance 12. Yes, 2 nights stay really chased a lot of people out. Oh. G's for a good 2-night stay. Wow, so they're closing it. Interesting. Yeah, I heard you can select any target, but I choose the lowest one for now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. $12,000? That's nuts. Why don't they just lower the price so people can actually stay? That's the cutest emote, though. I love that little unicorn saying hi, or it's so cute. That's adorable. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome, 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 everyone. Thank you again for your donations. We're off to start. Right there at 30 already. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I think I have things going on here. Oh, thank you, Mama, for promoting me in your Discord. Thank you. I was like, I have a red dot. I gotta go chase the red dot. I'm like a cat. I see red dots and I gotta go find out what they are. Oh. Yeah, I hadn't done anything. We're good. I was chasing the red dot. The one that you made, Momo. In your Discord. Thank you. Okay, so we need to travel way over there, and I wonder where the best place to get to that is. Probably the roadway. Yeah, gotta get all the red dots. You know what? So yeah, so look good. Have an extra eye on my cheek. I don't know how that got there. That's so I can watch you from any angle. Now I know what you're doing from any angle. I wonder if these like donation things are gonna get lower and lower and I'm just gonna like keep ducking below them. They're gonna cover up my face. Pew, 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 pew. Thank you so much, Shane. Much appreciated. Alright, my friend, come with me. Until so you can see how the little friend works at the next donation, next place. I'd have chosen forehead, but I thought I should spare you for a little while. Oh, we triggered that guy. That's not what I want to do. Is he gonna follow me? 25, we will talk about it. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Is fight him? I guess. I don't know. It looks like it moved. Oh, it's in the cave. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. Now my friend's back. So does my friend activate these? These tree vines have ensnared its tangled. So Rush can use her power to extract this energy and channel it into the vines. Ooh. Okay. So Rush, we shall use you to do things and stuff. Dragon Destroyer, rawr! Welcome to Dragon Destroyer. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Alright, so we go in here and yeah, you just like E and you do stuff. And now we just got an achievement. And then like to go up and down is kind of difficult though. I like that part of it. Then it's like weird. She flies really weird, I will let you know. Thank you so much for the lurk, Dragon Destroyer. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. It's like Flappy. Yeah, it kinda is. And she kinda leaves you behind. It's well, like, I wish you spawned in where she was, but you really don't. You have to come back and gather your thoughts and yourselves. That's pretty though. This looks like a tail of some creature. We don't even know. So then you come over here, and these are unlocked by her. So you have to transform again. And, you know, fly over here and do things. Look at and then they want me to get faster at doing the things and stuff. And I'm not very good at flying her because I don't know why they made the flying mechanic so difficult for her. They really didn't have to. So but I like it anyway. Is there another thing? Oh, I gotta go down. It acts like there's another thing up there. Oh, we're standing on the tippity top and then we fall. Talk about that. I about hired you to do some graphic work for my Santa stuff. Don't worry, I would have paid you adequately. Let's see. Ah! I think we're going the wrong way, though. We need to go this way. So it says down over here. Oh. She just reappeared. What am I supposed to do? Oh, never mind. See? Now I know what I'm supposed to do. Oh. So this giant snake fella is also sealed here? Hmm. Well, maybe it's a good thing it's been sealed here. Not to try to just pop out of the ground and swallow us all in one go. I'll protect you, Paimon. I don't think you'll be good. Very good to eat, Paimon. I'm just not sure how I feel about that. I love Paimon. You two certainly look like you get on well. Or it's your best of buddies. Paimon is food once more. Yes, Paimon is always food. What are you talking about? Kimono would never do that. I'm your jester. Listen, buddy, surely idle jokes will not move you. We shall soon reach the oasis. Come, let us hurry. Kricketot appeared, guys. If you want to catch the Kricketot, poke catch. There you go. I probably have, you know, a couple of those. See, the thing makes me think there's a thing way up there that we can't see. Or maybe you're just supposed to get to that point just out of sheer curiosity. You know, curiosity killed the cat, so we're playing dangerous games here. So, yeah, I kind of want to know. And wait. See, and then we start falling, so I don't really get to see what's up there. I don't know. Ooh, what is this? This is how they look like now. Apathetic. So rush. What are you talking about? Never mind. I just happened to witness the undignified states of my kind. You see? That makes Paimon even more curious. Let Paimon have a look. Definitely would like to go first. What we trying to look at here, right? No, congrats, Parker, you caught a Pokemon. A Farashasha tree. Of course, pale floater. Can't see them. They are... You forgot she calls her a pale floater. Paimon's a pale floater, too. So Rush, by the way. Pale floater. Paimon's nicknames. I only feel at home when I'm on a battlefield, only a battle lasting until the end. Now that you followed me, you better grasp that as early as possible, pale floater. These Farasha trees are a fault and end against transformed into this state that you see now. Last remnants of their power. So I know you can do a thing with those. We just have to wait for them to get done talking. Okay, we want to do the thing. Quit being mean to Paimon. Looks like we should help them. Oh, Paimon, can't just leave them there to suffer and endure alone like this. You can't? That makes you weak, pale floater. Call her Paimon, so Rush. Oh, we perish shall know such weakness. I like pale floater. That's pale floater calling the pale floater, you know, pale. So it's kind of Ravashi tree. Ravashi tree. Yep. Okay. Now we can I have not yet today. I have not. Let's see what happens with this. Awaken. Oh, yellow dot is so cute. Residual party of the forest. Isn't it the family? Aww. But yeah, I'll check in on the app real quick, and then you'll see the thing pop up, telling me I have a notification, along with my other notification. Thank you for the retweet, Sixer and Shane. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. All the likes out there. Alright. Here are my notifications, and we're gonna go to the app. Oh, so if I type it in right. Oyo Labs app, so that we can get our dailies for Genshin. You get free things daily. If you're not familiar with that, you also get 3 free things daily from the Hoyo app for Star Rail. So I do both. Got 20 gems today from Star Rail. And what do we get from Genshin today? Let's see. I bet it's gems too. Did they mirror it that close? Nope, they didn't. It's Mora. I got some coins. See? Notifications. All checked in. Oop. Yeah. Okay, so now we transform back. Now that we can see the little creature, now we can talk to the creature. First, it's those huge dogs, and now it's those... Hold on. Please help me bring whoever's been left behind here. Awaken the residual berry in the Fosra tree. Look for the residual berry fragments. Oh. We got to go find some fragments. Build these guys back together again. Guessing that's how this works. Oh, there's one. See it? The little green fragment. Oh, they're all over the thing. Oh, so that's why we gotta go up high. So we could, like, go up there and, like, fall down. And that's probably ideal. Float down, I should say. So we're going to go back over here. This would be the best way to get to them. Oh, hey, we didn't see this earlier. Some free money here. So if we go to the top, the tippity top, then we can fly down into a circle. If I start my timing right. Oh, that's right, you have to use the other character! I forgot. I can't do it myself. This is the one that has to do it. There we go. And then... And then there was one more... Where's it at? There it is. Three fragments. So that works. And that's how you do that. those don't really... I feel like I'm gonna need these stones later. They're like only in this area that I see. I'll try to collect them while I'm here.
This dance is for you. Here. I'm so stuck. Commit it to memory.
You don't wanna deal with me.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we got to figure out where we're headed. Is it above ground? Is that the problem? We're gonna explore this cave real quick. Just picked up a lizard. I wonder if that's the clue that we gotta go up here.
Yeah! Let's get it on!
Hey! Can't go chase it during combat. Okay. I don't know, maybe I can't. Maybe these I catch myself. Oh, these are like, whatchamacallit? Oh, I forgot they open paths. Oh, yeah. And then... I guess I just stay there afterwards. No, no. Okay, they just stay there afterwards, I guess. They opened a path. That's not where we're headed. Pretty? Yeah, I think they're very pretty. I still feel like we were supposed to go... Oh, the path is moving. These are the fun ones. Keep on this. Oh, I kind of wanted to go back and explore that area, but you know, we'll see. The crystals block it. Oh, so we have to do something to get the crystals off of it. Weird. Can I like... Maybe that's an ability we unlock in a little bit. Yeah, I can't get the crystals off of it. Scattered upon the earth, fireworks contain the same power and will to your characters. Once picked up and affected nearby gray crystals, you can also put a firework down where you need it to unleash its power. Ooh. No, she didn't work, but I think this guy will work, so we'll see how that goes. I think he does what we need him to do. Yay! Then we can use... Now she can do it. And now we can switch back. And we can pick him back up! We get to keep him. Yay. Oh, there's a path here. Drink water, thank you. I need to keep remembering to do that. I have not drunk very much water today. Why did I hit that? Because we're trying to catch the wall on fire. Just like NASA Juna said, looks like there's a large tree stump down there too. The energy coming from it seems to... Paimon doesn't know who or what that is. Oh, Paimon doesn't. Wait, I didn't think we had this one undone. I guess we do now. Interesting. Oop. Light. Yay! Figured, yeah. Momo caught the Pokemon. I don't know if I have that one either. So, I think this is a different thing though. What? Reach all targets within 40 seconds? I'm guessing you have to do it that way, and I wasn't paying attention.
Well,
mini challenges within challenges, and then I gotta go back and I should have like just switched. Ooh, we got a new item. Neurodal fruit exploration knowledge. Gain press Soul Rush's interactive skill to cause her to harvest Neurodal fruits and gain the ability to throw them? What? Now she can throw stuff? As they contain Amarita, the Neurodal fruit juices can also melt through special crystals created from solidified Amarita. Oh, that's how we get in those. I'm gonna chase it? What? What am I chasing this for? Is this like chasing Sealies? Now I'm chasing fruit? Yep. chasing fruit. Your juice is on it. Oh god. Hi Mono, hope stream's going well. It is Mission Monstrosity. Sorry, having any special juices tonight? I might. I do have the Simply Juice drinks. They're so good. The timing was unfortunate. Juice-wise. You're right. I blame Sixer. What was the cute animal you're playing? A Rush. A Rush. That's what I'm playing. Hey, clear this. Fruit stuff, fireworks, fruits. Okay, and then I got mail earlier, so I can collect my mail. That comes from the app. And yeah, let's go down to achievements, wonders of the world. Shining in the mire, and whose descendants are you? What's your name? Need all these promos for sure. Okay, so now that we have migrated from our actual destinations, continue onward. Let's go back to where we were. And then I felt like there was stuff at the beginning we missed. There's so much to do that I'm actually starting to get, like, what do I do first feelings, because it's like, collect fruit, fight bad guys, throw fruit at things. I don't even know how I do it.
They're dead meat! You ain't messing around!
Grow! Share my knowledge!
You don't like me.
Go. Click.
Trying to make sure everybody's fully healed. Alright, then up there. Is there a ladder up there? Yeah. Ah! There we go. Oh, now there's more bad guys. I was expecting that.
Life goes on. Orders given.
Just get rid of it.
Orders
I
received.
thought you were flying around as an animal. Oops, I was. You were not wrong.
Click.
I was flying around as a cute little Rush. It's my Z button. It's like where your camera would be in the game. It's an event character. Yeah, I was. The one that's following me, I can switch to and fly around as.
Wasn't there something in here a second ago?
Gee, there's more green things down there. I don't think I'm supposed to go there yet though, but I want them. Never mind then? No, don't be never mind. I'll show you. Hold on. That's all good. I'll show you. I'm fixing to do it again. See? Now I'm this cute little character again. She's adorable. And she has special powers. Oh, and that just gave us a treasure chest.
I could make a tidy sum selling some of this.
I wanna go look over the edge. There's stuff everywhere. Oh, look! I want to go into the light. I want to fly into the light. I don't think I'm supposed to yet. I want to fly into the light. Let's see, what does that look like on my map? I'm guessing we are about right here, so I'm gonna mark that real quick so I can come back to that spot. Don't go full moth, right? I know, I want to fly into the light and see where it takes me. Help. Yeah, I feel like my face. Let's see. I'm gonna fix something else real quick too. Let's see. Where's that? Oh, can I not? There we go. Trying to fix it so those bars don't cover my face up as much. I don't feel like I'm ducking below to see. Okay. I'm gonna go full moth. Just wait. It's gonna happen. Oh no, I didn't want to change it. There we go. Now we're gonna go back to where we're supposed to go. Now that we marked. Oh, jeez. I think I just said fart marked. I don't know. Words are hard. I'm guessing we gotta go back with high somehow, but... right? It's alright. Okay, so we're back here. Story time. Didn't think there'd be such a huge patch of green on the other end of this mountain. Things are growing here. We were just in the desert, too. How strange. Is it not? It is our homeland after all. The homeland of Perry? So there's a lot of other people like you here, right? You know what? Paimon's not all that keen on going. Should you not be excited beyond words? No, not if you just called me a pale floater and there's more of you there. They're gonna call me pale floaters. I'm not going. That's what Paimon's thinking. And the big tree stump over there looks like it's holding off the stuff oozing out of that big hole. That is the Havershakasham, the sacred form of the god that has granted us Perry life. It is not just some large stump. Well, that's a god? Well, we've seen other gods, but this is the first time we've seen one looking like that. That is because our god cannot be considered alive. 500 years ago, our great god gave all to quell the power of the disaster affecting this place. She was stained with corruption and could not be reborn in a pure plane. Thus, her divine consciousness continues to wander the mortal. The great god left us with a sanctified Amarita. Like Amber or Amber. It's like they took the word amber and Amber combined it. Power maintains the seal over the Dark Hollow. I fear that the emergence of this sign is due to the attraction of the evil power. If it were not for the presence of the Havishwashar. I'm gonna purposely like blah, blah, blah. I really wish there was sound to these. A greedent appeared. If you want a greedy squirrel, poke catch and chat. I actually have to get going, finishing up dinner, then heading home. Okay, have a good one. What did I do? I didn't mean to lick Sixer. I meant to poke catch. Oh, for that I'll give somebody hugs. Oh, the community game spot. Bye! Hugs Shane. Shane always gets the cookies. You see nothing, Sixer. He gets double cookies because I hugged the bot first. There, and I'll boop somebody. Who are we gonna boop? Community games. Splashes Shade now. So now he has soaking wet cookies. The story of my life. You hugged yourself, Momo. It feels good though. Hug yourself. There's nothing wrong with hugging yourself. Cookies, yes. Now Midget Monstrosity gets the lick. And who gets a kiss? Bots. Bots stealing all the kisses. Bots. Now Sixer's getting all the cat love tonight. Greeted has been caught by KimonoKat. I didn't want the squirrel. Momo, you want my squirrel. I don't want it. Greed into the greedy squirrel. Dun, 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 dun. Apparently she doesn't. Don't start what you can't finish. Oh, let's see, there. Darn, wrong target. I tried. Midget Monstrosity was in the line of fire. You like squirrels? You like to greet it in Pokemon? You don't know.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
And of course there's a mini game here. Is that a turtle? What is that? Oh, it's a buffalo with a mushroom on its back. Oh, such strange creatures. See, I don't know how to do those. I need to go back and read the instruction on those. I've never been able to do those. And then it's sending us to the tree. Going inside the tree. Of course. My gut says don't go in there. No, I'm not big on Pokemon, remember? Just googled it. Why does it look bearded? I don't know. Greeded is scary. I don't, because he's greedy. I don't know. The greedy squirrel. I want to like... What does this thing see? See anything special? No. He wants your nuts. I don't have any! He's gonna be disappointed. Oh, jeez. I wanna go this way. That's where we came from, never mind. We found a thing. We can catch the frogs. I feel like we should be her since we're playing in the water. Catch the fish. It's really cool looking in here. Momo started it. I didn't start it. That's all Momo. Ooh, there's a new one. I like the purple one. Can I trade? Can I have the purple one instead? I want to switch. You've caught up to me. Nice. Yvonne? Well, if it isn't so rushed, such a rare guest. It's been a while. Well then. Well, if you call me that. That's so cool. I like the purple one better. We'll let it play itself. It's not a race sixer. I'm just enjoying it. My feet want to be in the chair. That's it. I've gone this long with my feet not in the chair. It's amazing. I had shoes on. That's how I kept my feet out of the chair. So I take my shoes off, now the feet are in the chair. My back hurts. Ugh. You can kind of see everything, even the text. Can't you just have more faith in me, Elder? You two look like we're being left out here, aren't we? He's probably just fond of weird roleplay. Oh my god. Perhaps she has other hidden facets to her person. It says that, not me. Just... Oh, Genshin. I think it just changed the time of day. Paimon, and she's Kimono. Paimon's Paimon, and she's Kimono. Where? Get your shuttlecross fed. I must so rush. You snappity, what is that? It's snappity, how interesting. I don't even know what that means. Am I the So Rush's pet? So rush companions then. Yo. Don't you know how to enter this place? I shall not permit such ancestors folk to enter our hidden realm. In the past, we Perry did indeed fight alongside their ancestors. Many years have passed, and folly has grown strong among them. Even the tradition should have been right of the tree. Okay. Nutrition is unreliable. Stop down talking humans. Let's just do this. Still, if it's not that way, Perry. Oh, looks like Perry, you're just pretty nasty as a whole. 5 months later, just nasty. Kimono farts. There are no farts here, Shock, even though we did use that word earlier. Did we summon you with the word farts earlier? Because I feel like we did. How are you, Shocky? Oh my god, not the chocolate ice cream. I'm gonna have to go get some chocolate ice cream. And I'm gonna blame you. I do have some chocolate ice cream bars in the fridge. But of course. But farts, chocolate, yeah, and butts. You help Sora out, alright? I don't need help. You're so very honest, so Rush, but since your elders said so, guess you've just gotta listen to us. Blueberry, where's my ice cream bar? In my fridge, I have chocolate and I have mint chocolate. Yeah. So double chocolate and mint chocolate. Are you trying to say your doggo's chocolate? Mint? Yes, I have both. I love mint, don't even. Complete the Quest Awaken run. Why does that start up again?
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy.
You can keep the mint, I just want the chocolate. Nice. So you neither one of you like mint. I love mint. But I do have both. Okay. And never mind my third pink eyeball here. You guys can blame Momo for that. Momo. What's this Momo's doing?
First, get into position like this. Then move like that. Yep, that's it.
If I can get this right. We need more, guys. But I hope you guys are doing lovely. It's good to see y'all on stream. I hope you're having a good day. Black Widow Momo with lots of eyes. I need the spider legs to go with it. Been in my PJs all day? Ooh, that sounds comfy. Okay, so there's a thing here somewhere. Isn't that thing? I don't even know how to get in those. Do I burn this?
Let's get it on!
I don't know how to do this one. I think I remember there was something to... I don't remember exactly how to do it. Oh, there's another teleport here, higher up. Watch out for the buffalo with the piggy with the mushroom on its head. It will, like, smack you. Get back here, piggy. I can't run as fast. Ah, it vanished. That was cheating. Okay, and then I saw a thing we were supposed to collect while we were running too. Or was it? What was that? Okay, there's stuff falling off my shelf behind me. It scared me. Teleworking. 2 kimonos now for ice cream. They cleaned the kitchen today. So you're teleporting? Nice. Aww. Baby Shark did. Aww. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Baby Shark dee 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 dee. Okay, so I keep getting interesting marks pop up. And I think they're above my head, but I don't really know how to get up there yet. I think they're up there. That, or they're under here. And... oh, there's a cave there, too. That could be where it is. Oh, we're supposed to use fruit or something to... I can throw fruit with this thing, supposedly. But I don't have any fruit to throw. Where am I supposed to get fruit from? Oh, poke catch, guys, poke catch. Don't make me dance. Nico, Nico, nee! Yes, Nico, Nico, nee! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know what? I just thought, Shane, we should put your name on the board. I know you didn't specifically redeem that, but I'm totally about it. Sounds like my roomies are home. Later, folks. Okay. Oh. I don't know. These special 4-leaf signals can be affected by powers from the Soul Rush. Press Soul Rush interactive skill to pick them up and place them. Ooh. What? Oh, because these are like a special color? Oh, cool. Well, then it place like a mushroom that we can just like... oh, I didn't see that one. Where's the other one? I'm so confused. Challenge failed. Yeah. And actually a cute one. I may or may not have danced to Baby Shark at one time. I'd already escaped. I'm a little late to the game and we already caught it.
But still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Oh, look, there's one up there. Look, in the thing. Can't help but think Soul Rush would recognize it. Yup. These plant things. Ugh. There's so many little challenges to do with Soul Rush that I'm getting distracted. Oh, it just opens when I go by it. I'm thinking this one's a treasure chest. And I follow them. And then... oh, yep, this one's probably a treasure chest. And you gotta go in order. Yep, there we go. Save Sharky many times. Towers are quite fascinating, yes. Let's go, shall we? Come on, I'm supposed to serve a suitable diversity. Tell you when I see them. Okay. Only when you see them. And I'm going to go get...
I call dibs.
Oh, can I catch that? Oh. What? You can go fast? Interesting. But now I don't know what to do. They went away. To be fair, I was dancing with a 2 or 3-year-old. Well, that's fair. Children do need to be entertained. So, oh! The Sealy is right by its destination. How convenient. I just realized that. It's supposed to go right here, right? I'm so confused, though. It can't get there, though, because of this stuff. Oh, because I gotta do this challenge first? And then I have to go in and go... And then... Okay. Where are they at? I did swim. Go to the hills, research. Okay, I don't know. All the energy. Yeah. Okay, well we're gonna go back to doing this thing that I originally was gonna do before I saw the flowers on the ground. Stuck. And then... oh yeah. Is that all of them? Oh. Okay. Challenge complete. And now I have to figure out how to get up here with myself. Because this one cannot collect that. Oh, there's a treasure chest down in there! Look at that! We would not have seen that. Okay, so there's a treasure chest in here.
Well, how about that?
Stuff fell out. There's too much stuff to do! Tea time? Tea sounds lovely. Actually, I'm gonna get down and change characters. Because I feel like she does better climbing. It's probably just me, but... And then we're gonna... And... okay. And... are we supposed to do them in a certain order? Oh, there's another one. Yeah. Water, thank you. Treasure chest.
Find anything you like?
Then wasn't there another one we were looking at, or was that the one we were? Oh no, over there is what we were looking at. There's rocks on top of that one to collect. And this one had treasure. See, this one has rocks on it over there that have stuff in it. That any of the other high points have stuff? I don't know. Before we get too far though. Don't. Actually, we're just gonna go down. And climb up this way. There's too much stuff to do in this area. Sixer, are you just like, do you just do what you're supposed to do, or do you get sidetracked like this and do all this stuff too? I mean, clearly my destination I could have gone to straight away and bypassed all this, but I didn't. I did bypass some of the mini games though. Oh, there's the fruit to do the thing. I just saw eggs in that tree. So can we do it now? Or do we have to go get that again? Yes, we have to go. And then stay that form. There's eggs there. And here. And then I think I can. How do I do this? No. Q? Oh, Q, okay. Even though the Q wasn't lit up all the way. Thank you, Jeff. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Jeff. I hope you're having a good day. I got some steaks. T. I still want to way up there wherever that point is. Oh, there's another one. Oh, this is not. Okay. Now that we've gone everywhere but where we need to. Let's head back toward our destination. Sleepy Jeff! There's just a leg floating in the water. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. Should I just like fast travel to my destination? Probably. I just want to stay there and explore though. There's so much going on. That tree. More trees! Want to explore. Is there anything here? No. Oh, that's interesting. Rock formation. Okay. Go to our destination. This person. The wild Caracas Costa? Why did I not remember what that one looks like? I don't remember what that Pokemon looks like. I want snacks and tea time. Momo. Catch. Catch. I'll be honest, I'm not concerned with this story time, is it, Joy? Yeah, this stuff. Juna says even harder to understand than the stuff the Soros talks about. Paimon didn't catch any of the first time. I was supposed to. In that case, say it more often. Juna until. In that case, let's just hear it once, shall we? Kimono has a good memory. I do not long ago. I do not have a good memory. Oh, no one caught the Pokemon. It got away. Yo, Jeff. Yes, Jeff. Sleepy Jeff. Drums in unison, their sound could freely traverse space and time. Sounds like a very lively time. Paimon's like, I'm getting a headache thinking about it. How will you cry? Family is the Soros mentioned before? Why couldn't she respond to the order? Perry and the Order of the Skeptics both value tradition and ceremonies to their routines and actions. They talk about tradition, but they lost their drums. Da 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 da. Genius. Da da da. So now we're gonna go looking for drums or something, maybe? I want to go into the light. I want to go into the firefly light. I want to be a moth still. That's still on my mind. We have deviated from that area. It was not part of our quest or our mission, but it looked very interesting. Okay, so we can go... here. follow the light. Take one blue light. Sleepy. Oh no. I think I've already found this before, yeah, it looks like, so I don't need to find it again. What snacks? Cleans the stone crevice before putting a small package inside. He fills the gap back up, retreats to safe distance, and lights the fuse. A large rock blocking the way splinters into small pieces, and when the dust finally clears, a gray gate appears in its wake. Ta-da! Oh, that's it for those stones blocking the way. Wait, why are there still a gate in the way? There's always another gate to go through. Yeah, we know how to do this. Whoa! Was not expecting these guys.
We've got ourselves a tough cookie.
Go. Rise.
These guys are... They like constantly hurt me. They have an effect on my body. Interesting. Oh, all my characters are dying.
Look alive!
What's it at?
Hi! They caught me. Good.
What? No! GG! You gotta save the day, GG! You kill it before you die. Oh my god. Okay, I was not expecting that. I'm lurking. Hi, artist. Welcome. Thank you for the lurks. Gives coffee to Jeff. Oh. Yeah, we like encountered our death here for a second. Come on, we're gonna take you to your home. Let us through the gate. Thank you. Wish he could heal us. We're gonna go heal real quick.
One.
So hard is that looking? Oh. Actually, let's see. I wanted to go get that one earlier while we were over there. We probably should have. I wanted to figure out how to get up there and get that one. I wonder if we can do it from here. And then if we, like, marked that. It says it's underground, though. So we would have to go here. And then go try to find it to unlock it. Yeah. This way. It says it's lower. And there's like a person of interest in here too. So we didn't do this earlier. Cannot deploy here? There we go. It probably considered me climbing. Oh yeah, we gotta go down there. And there's the other teleport point. No. So that gave us a treasure chest. We can go over here. Unlock this teleport point real quick. I'm gonna go grab this little floaty thing. Yep. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, I missed that one. Well, there's so many of them. That one's too high up. Okay. Now we gotta go talk. This is one we haven't met yet. Outlander didn't work. You tried, Momo. Probably doing schoolwork. Good, Mona. Thank you. Pat's head. Because I'm drinking water. Mm-hmm. Yes, all the water. Waters. Thank you, guys. I want blueberries. I have blueberries and strawberries. I kind of want them. We'll offer. Ooh. Quest complete. Oh, it's a quest. This purifying light can be found scattered across the land and defended by lava. Some of them have to be obtained via special methods. Offer plumas to purify the light of the Amaretta pool to increase its levels, granting you the blessings of the water and the trees. Each time you make an offering, the Amaretta pool will randomly give different blessings. After 6 offerings, you'll obtain reward from all the blessings. Ooh. Interesting. When you obtain 30 plumas of purifying light, you'll obtain a revelation from the Amaretta pool that will mark out the locations of the remaining plumas. Nice. We'll make an offering. Nice. Oh, we got 100 primos for that. Oh snap! Make sure you do that, Sixer. Go to the pool. Talk to the pool fairy.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
Collect the yellow things.
Let's take it easy.
Okay, so we'll catch Wigglytuff. Okay, so on my map, oh there, it's a flower. It stays there, but yeah, do the flower thingy. And there's a teleport to it, which is nice. And this is where I saw the light that I want to go into. And we didn't go that far. I don't even know. I'm guessing that's on top of the mountain. I'm not worried about that one. We'll teleport back to our original destination. Wigglytuff has been caught by KimonoKat. Didn't do it. She's gonna try to blend in. Be one of them. But don't you have to use wind or something to undo these? I don't remember. Water. No, it's wind, isn't it? Is it wind to do sand? I think so. Light torches. Okay, so we need a wind character real quick. Change out my party for a wind person. Alright, Nilu. I'm gonna trade you out for somebody that does wind. Do we have anybody? We do.
Can I go catch up on my sleep?
No, you can't, Sayu. Oh! So, death mushrooms were in
Life
there.
goes on.
Just working.
Rise.
That was not a lovely surprise. Yeah, it's a bell. Oh, and another one of these. Some more death mushrooms. Better not be. Better be a treasure chest. Ooh, it's a drum. We found one of the drums. This place is full of great crystals. We're collecting some scattered records. Too far from where I expected. The mechanism that sealed the Dendro drum was once here, but it has been destroyed. There are even some notes here that show where the other quarry drums might have been found. Ooh. Gonna mark them on the map. Elders put it. Quarry drums were lost in a single night. Losing the drums meant losing the bridge that connected them. Barcelona. Great efforts were made by all. Search for the drums thereafter. But we just found one. See. Fix that thing real quick. I need more monitors so I can actually see things. Come on, come on, help Paimon out here. Are you saying that we can't just let you be? GG Mono, thank you. Okay, so now I gotta go collect things. And there's also like another point of interest below us somewhere. Which is interesting. Oh, don't tell me it's back. Yeah, no. They can stay there by themselves. I just noticed that chat stopped on screen. Oh, strange. Oh. There it goes. I don't know. It's moving, but is it in the right spot? It's not in the right spot. It's like really delayed.
2, 3, 4.
Interesting.
2, 2, 3, 4, 1.
Yeah, it's like it's super slow. Or something weird. Let me look at it. Crap, it is. Alt plus drag from bottom, maybe? Refresh. I told it to refresh. We'll see. Let's see if it actually refreshes. Nope. Maybe it's broken. You have to do tons of it, so yeah, it's like weird. It's like at the bottom of the thing or something. That is weird. Okay, let me go back to the browser source and see if I can fix it. Yeah. Chat box, edit. All that hype. Oh, custom. See, it looks right on the stream elements. That's interesting. Custom. The length is definitely an issue. And then, oh, there. I wonder how long it's been like that. Gun show? Okay. No, I think I have to refresh it again. You muted the tab and you were wondering why there's no sound? Weird. So, I fixed it supposedly, but now it's just gone, so let me go. That's weird. I can see it in the other application. Save. Copy link. Let's just replace it altogether in the browser source. Properties. Is there a shortcut key I don't know about? GG. That's working! Close enough! Close enough. Thank you guys. Oh, close enough. I wonder if it does it on Big Me. We'll find out, because I gotta do the gun show thing anyway. That one works close enough too. We're good. Thank you. I didn't know I was doing stuff like that. It's smudged a bit, yeah. I don't know how to... Maybe I make the box bigger than the thing and it'll do it. Maybe if I make the box bigger than what it should be. Is that it? Ah! Yeah. I use Stream Elements, so it doesn't really let me do it that way in OBS. I don't know what that box is. There. Yeah. All drag from the bottom doesn't do anything for me. But a wild primate appeared. Oh yeah, okay. Gunshot Parker. Can't forget. Why we're here. Oh yeah. We had some explosive effects. There you go, I don't know. Oh, catch, great ball, wild primate. Catch it, catch it, catch it. Alright, I'm gonna take 5 real quick while we're on this screen and we got the chat fixed. Thank you so much, guys, for letting me know about the chat. I don't know that I would have noticed it was such a delay. That's crazy. Probably an update or something worked it. You know how these things go. I feel like updates do that to all my stuff. Now I'm wondering what else is broken. Okay, that works, that works. Can you see yourself live, like, with a delay? It's, like, freaky. Oh gosh, I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. I feel like my hair is just, like, all over the place today. Now that I can finally see what I look like. Jeff caught the Pokemon. Congratulations, Jeff. Alright, water, break time. I'm gonna go find some snacks. Does anybody else want any blueberries? I have blueberries. As long as I don't, like, end up with blueberry stuff in my teeth, you know? So. Blueberry stuff in my teeth. But yeah, it gives you a chance to check out the milestones and the targets and what all. If anybody's just now joining, lurking, listening, take your time. Check out the donation link if you're interested in donating to St. Jude. If you want to help but do not have the funds to donate, remember tweets, shout outs in your communities, all that good stuff helps as well. So feel free to you know, say, hey, so-and-so is doing a fundraiser for St. Jude. This is part of the bigger PlayLIVE charity stream going on through St. Jude right now. I think Twitch in total, let me see where they're at right now. Twitch in total has made, pretty sure it tells me. Yeah, they've reached over $1 million already doing this month. As a total, Twitch has for St. Jude. It's pretty amazing. So their next goal is 2 million. So every little dollar counts. But like I said, if you do not have the funds, do not feel like you have to. I totally get it. If you want to tweet, retweet, just help pass the word, share the word. Much appreciated. Much love. You guys are awesome. Hype, hype. Yeah. Yeah, they're over $1 million already. I think last time they used it to help build a new facility to house like I think 140. I should watch the update of what they're doing this time. I really should. So, but St. Jude takes care of not just the kids going through cancer, but the families as well. Brings the parents with the kids when needed. It's doesn't want them to have to worry about anything other than kids and the kids getting well. So it's a good cause. I will be back.
Run.
The underscore Nick Dathy shared. X5.
Hi guys! I'm back, Thank you, Nick Dathy! Thank you for the 5 biddies! Thank you, thank you, thank you! What all did I miss? I'm back. You guys licking each other and running? I had a pretty good day so far. Could do a bit more sleep though. Sleep is always better when you have more of it. Let's see. Hype. Okay. Welcome, Nick Dathy. Can I get a shout out for Nick Dathy? Please, please, please. Betty's made her come back. Look, I have fruit. I have strawberries and blueberries. I will share with you guys if you want some. I might work night shift, but I really haven't slept today. Only for real cool. Yeah. I heard the ring and I had to get back in here. It was magical. But yeah, welcome. Let's see. I'm off tonight though, so it's okay. Oh yeah, you're off. So you can go to bed like later and not have to stay up all night. Which kind of messes up your schedule, but at least you can get sleep. Did the run scare you? It did startle me. It did startle me. I also have a strawberry peach drink to go with my fruit, so it's counterproductive. Healthy and not healthy, but sounds healthy. I've got a mix of stuff here going on. But welcome. Yes. Oh, let's do this too. I missed one earlier. We got all the shout outs going on now. There we go. Yes, drink peach. Strawberry peach. Simply spiked strawberry peach juice. I'm not sure how much percent of real juice is in this. 5% real juice. Are you getting tipsy? Maybe. Maybe just relax and we'll see. And now I want to sit back with a controller and play. But I never got the hang of the controller in this game. I tried for like a little bit and then I didn't like it, so then I switched back to keyboard.
Breathe. 3, 4, and life goes on. Go.
Fry! Fry!
Come back here, dude.
I got juice! Fry!
Dude.
Fry! Picked the wrong test subject.
You did pick the wrong test subject. Okay, was there anything else up here? Oh. Gameplay? Gameplay. What about the game? Oh! Yeah. What game? Yeah, no, there's no game going on here.
Neither do
Thank you, Nick.
I
Thank you.
already forgot.
Blonde bullet. It happens. It just happens. Yeah. I don't want that one necessarily. Not sure where that's gonna take me. There we go.
Wheel of life.
That way you know. Yeah, it might help if I show you guys what I'm actually playing.
Look alive!
Get those guys pending us the wall here.
Off with you!
I forgot to change out what's her name too.
Commit it to memory! Roll!
Don't hurt me.
Rise. Life goes on.
The Pokemon is Spritzy, guys. If you don't have it, Spritzy. I'll catch. I'll catch Spritzy. There we go. Gonna read all the notes. Which one's closer? 200, 160. This one's closer. More notes. Ooh. Dang. Oh, while we're here, we're changing our character back out too. Look, wrong thing. Only because Sayu is only a level 1. Sayu is a baby.
Where are we dancing today?
We're dancing in the skies. Are you ready? Water going on
All
here.
eyes on me!
You danced very well. They did not know what to think. They dissolved. There we go. And here we go. Fun. Yay, all the notes. Then, oh, there's more now? Jeez, I guess every time we finish, like, a whole bunch more pop up. Well, we're gonna teleport over here. These are far away now. Look for the other drums. Now we're looking for drums. So, that one's not far away, that one's not far away, and then one is below us. Ooh, there's a thing. This one is below us. There we go. And then go down further. Ooh. Dang it, there's a scene. All of the seafood. Sealy's lead us to danger. Okay, this is very mystical looking.
Let me help you
More
pack this
swamp. So there's water. And the place we gotta go was below, but we don't know how to swim yet. So we gotta see how this works. Okay. I don't know how to do those. Okay. Alright, we should stop and listen. Hey, listen! And can they catch me? No. I wonder how you're supposed to get those. There's no being across the water. I can't fly. Not like that. Right? And that takes me to right here. And then I don't know how I'm supposed to get those. Oh! Something scared me. And then now we're stuck in the water. Oh my god. Maybe we gotta get the water level to lower. Somebody donated. Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you for the dono. Much appreciated. Alright, we're gonna see what it says. Jeff donated $20. Oh geez, you know what that means? We unlocked the first target goal, which means I have to do a scratcher on this
First, get
card
into position
here
like this,
and
move
figure
like
out what
that.
the heck it means.
Yep, that's it.
So, yeah, I have to scratch one and do what it says. I'm scared. Keep on scratching, right? I'm scared. Oh, let's see what if it has anything else on here. Refresh this. Oh, that was just straight up donation. You didn't do any of the rewards. Dang. Yeah. Let's see then. We're gonna do it. Alright, I'm gonna scratch off the first one and see what it tells me to do. Scared. Oh my god, these are gonna be easier than I thought. Okay, I'm not as scared now. I might change the tiers on these. I don't know. Some of them might be bad though. The first one is literally hydrate. I don't know if you can see that. It literally just says hydrate. She said it first. I'm so scared though, because it says play blindfolded, perform exercises, tell a dad joke. Those are possible things you can get. And double it, drink water. Thank you. Just spit water. Apparently I don't know how to drink water properly either. That's a big jug. Yeah, that's what she said. But you know what? I forgot. Since you guys... I know the Boards of Redemption But I don't think people are gonna redeem just the board only is likely. So I think anybody that donates over the $7, I'm gonna put them on the Lucky Cat board too. The Nico Nico Ni Lucky Cat board. Like I said, I was gonna put Shane on there earlier. I cheated, I brought it over here. So I'm gonna put Shane and Jeff on here. Blah, blah, blah. It's gonna be the first people on the board.
First, get into position like this. Then move like that. Yep, that's it.
There you go. Back of the chair, beautiful. Right? Yeah, there we go. Shade and Jeff Papa. Yana Nika Nika Ni Lucky Cat board. Thank you for your donations. Much appreciated. There, yeah, so you don't have to see the back of the chair this time. Now you just have to see my butt and also back up, you know.
Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then poof! It's now flying away.
But yeah, if I can get... Okay, now I can't get it back. Shane and Jessica on the lucky board. That board is good luck now. Now that means you're gonna have good cat luck. That's what we're calling it. It means good luck. I can't believe it was something as simple as hydrate. I've been so scared about these. Of course they're gonna give you an easy one first. Yeah, Shane with the love. Thank you, Jeff. I'm eating blueberries too, if you're wondering. Blueberries.
First, get into position like this. Then move like that. Yep, that's it.
Okay. Look for the koi drums lower. How am I supposed to get lower? I may need help on this, like advice from somebody that's already done this. Because I feel like okay, so I don't know how you're supposed to. Maybe you can swim by. I don't have the ability to swim yet. That says it's gonna take me there, but I don't know. Oh, jeez. Momo! $2. Thank you, Momo. Momo wants to be on the board. I don't know how to do this part. I bet there's another way to get to that. That's what's gonna happen. There's another way to get to that. Can I not jump out of the water from here? I bet there's something on the other side of that wall. Let's see. There's another entrance. Like, I think if we go outside, like... But I don't even remember how we got in here. Oh, from over there. From the ceiling. Thank you, Mama. We'll put you on the board. I missed the goal with the first one. I just saw the 75 goal. Let's see. Yeah, 75 I think is the next scratcher. Getting me some more exercise? Okay. I think Jeff did too.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your
I think
sleepiness
75
into
is
it,
the next
and then
scratcher, right?
poof! It's now flying away.
Truffle. You know what? I wasn't even showing you guys the game again. But the 51 is still open now? I'm so confused. Oh, I gotta close it or something? Oh. Let me look.
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy.
Guess I can just... Do I just turn it off? Manually, maybe? I deactivated it? Does that count? Probably doing it wrong. And I wish they were like in order. It's not a total thing? Oh, I see what you're saying. I hope I just heard you. Stuffle has been caught by KimonoKat. You probably did, Shade.
First, get into position like this.
It should be a
And move
total,
like
you're
that.
right. Maybe I'll
Yep.
just do them
That's it.
manually then. Like one at a time. Yeah, because it should be at like 52, not... They shouldn't be consecutive. You're right. Yeah, these are weird. I don't like them being consecutive. Okay. Yeah, that's what I see too, and I don't like that. That's not what I thought it did. Because we're at 52. And it should be 52 of 75, not 32 of 75. Weird. I'm probably just doing it wrong. I'm treating it like a milestone, like a mini milestone. So I'm going to turn them all off. And we'll do them manually. One at a time.
Take a deep breath, as if you're
Because
about
that makes
to
more
blow up
sense
a
to me.
huge balloon.
Then
Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then poof! It's now flying away.
so I should be able to edit this one and make it... what is... We're at 52. I'm gonna do some math. Don't laugh. 75 minus 52 is 23. So it should be 23 before the next target. There. Oh. But it still says 32 raised. What? So it didn't count the first. It's borked. I don't know how to fix it. Oh, because you and Jeff selected that one. Oh, you have to select that one too. That's so weird. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
Maybe we'll just
Let's
make my
take it
own. I think I can do it a different way. Let me look. I could just make it a milestone. Part of the milestone thing would probably make a lot more sense anyway.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then poof! It's now flying away.
There we go. I like that. We're just gonna make it part of the milestones. That'll work so much better. And then I'll go ahead and put in the next one too.
First, get into position like
And I'll
this.
put all the other ones in later.
Move like that. Yep, that's it.
That should fix it though, guys. If you look at it now, it should be like a milestone, part of the milestones. Yeah, that works. And I'll add others later. I can go ahead and add the 50 since we did it, just so it makes sense too. Add 50.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
Just so it's on there.
Let's take it easy.
Yay! Oh, it doesn't show that it's on there. Okay, that's cool though. Oh, because I didn't turn it on. Ooh, it does show it. There we go. I like that. All fixed. I turned it on. I had to turn it on. Like if you go to the donate link and you see the green bar with blue dots, the scratches are part of the blue dots now. Like on the main page at the top. I'll show you. I'll send you a picture. And I went in and added the 50. So it's when you hover the blue dots, they tell you. Yeah, it does show up, even though the goal was reached. The 50 was reached. I went and added the 50, and then I put Momo on the board. Let's see if I turn it. There you go, can I put it so you can see it? There you go. Mama! Mama is on the board. Ah, hugs, yes. Alright, so I think our destination is we don't go into the cave to get to our destination because we don't know how to swim yet in this game.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it, and then, poof! It's now flying away.
I think we can get to it a different way.
Huh?
Hey, I tried. Look at it. Oh. So I think is it right here? Ooh.
Huh?
Can we not get through the water block? There. Maybe?
Run.
Run some highs in your safe, please. I don't know. I just pushed the wrong button. It flew away. And now it wants us to go up. So we would have been underwater anyway. It wouldn't have mattered. Come up anyway. Yong. I just dropped myself back in the water. Still wants us to go back down through the water thingy? No. Yeah. You can't go that way. I thought that would have gotten her attention. Mono! Big Mono! Oh! I'm gonna have to put my camera somewhere else. I also realized my face is like getting covered up, so maybe like that. And the text is kind of awkward over here with the... Everything's just awkward.
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy.
I got too much stuff on my screen. So full. I know, there's like so much stuff on my screen. I don't know what I should be like. Let's see. I do this too.
First, get into position like this. Then move like that.
That's locked.
Yep, that's it.
Side stretches and squats. Alright, you got it. You got it. That looks better. I think that shows more information.
Relaxing days like this are nice.
Because I was covering up the task and the things anyway. I think I normally have myself when I play Genshin down here, but I can't right now because the QR code is like default in the overlay. That corner. Gulpin appeared. Alright, I'm not putting myself on Big Me because I'm just gonna forget. I'm gonna forget.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness
Squats.
into it.
You got it.
And then
Side stretches first because my back hurts. Thank you.
start flying away.
We'll back up. Can I back up a hair? Like, there. That way you can kind of see me. Three, 4, 8, 9 squats. I feel like I should tip the camera up when I do this because I feel like you're not seeing my face. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I felt my ankles and knees pop. Oh, it didn't hurt or anything. I can tell I've been sitting. Thank you for making me stretch.
Nice. Let's take it easy.
Much appreciated. Gulpin escaped. Nobody caught it. Jeez, we tried. Who wants a strawberry? Strawberry. Doesn't it look beautiful? Bright and red and sweet.
First, get into position like this. And move like that. Yep, that's it.
Alright. It's hot in here too. I'm gonna open my door a bit.
Relaxing days like this are nice. Let's take it easy.
Okay. Either my lights on my computer are on the frets or they're trying to tell me something. Maybe it's warm in here. The lights on the top, the 3 fans on the top, are normally like rainbow colors, you know? But right now they're red and they're flashing. All 3 of them. So either I bumped a remote somewhere that does that, or it's trying to tell me it's hot. I don't know. I'm gonna go with I bumped a remote. I don't know where it's at right this minute. But I did open that door. So that should help.
First, get into position like this.
I'll bump down my
And
aces.
move like that. Yep, that's it.
That's so weird. I've never seen that. Ever. I don't know. Okay, so This literally wants me to take this path no matter what I do. Although I did not find a solution to this, I might have to just come back to this one. Because yeah, there's no way down there. Not yet. Because one, I can't swim. Two, I don't have a floaty character that can float across once I start this activity. Use special 4-leaf sigil to collect 4 dendrios. I don't have a special 4-leaf sigil. Instead, I'm gonna fall in the water. Take the path to the dark side. Give in to your anger, young Skywalker. Right? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling angry. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to get those other 3. I see no way to get those other 3. Unless I am supposed to be activating something with her that I'm not seeing. Because I don't know what that does either. Too far away. So I can just keep relighting that, but there's no... Too far away, 4-leaf sigil. Don't you know? Oh! Hold on. Okay. So when I hit this... I don't see T for... And then... I don't know. It's not gonna work. Meow! How are you, Matthew? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get somebody to explain this one to me. We're gonna teleport to a new area. We'll come back to this one. I might have to Google this one. I'm gonna make cookies and now I'm laying down watching stream. Like, my cats and my pupper are all cozy. Sweet! Cookies sound good. I have fruit.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon.
Strawberries and
Exhale all your
blueberries.
sleepiness into it, and then
But I don't have cookies.
it's now flying away.
Alright, we're quitting on this one. We're gonna come back later. I'm hoping it's something not something I just can't do because I'm not that level. Fruit is good. Here are the cookies. Thank you for the cookie! Num 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 num. So we're gonna go up there. Should we go beat these guys up first? Probably.
Hurt a little. Yeah. Oh. Commit to memory. Sacred name, fortune
I'm just
preserver.
gonna do this. This. You don't feel like dealing with you.
Lots off.
Okay. Now we'll go get this treasure chest. Okay.
I call dibs.
We're gonna go up this hill. Looks like there's a point of interest up here anyway. Yeah! Baddies.
Let's get it on. Hi.
Grow. Make yourselves at home.
Alright, I gotta know who this character is. The red one. Dea. Love Dea. She is fiery. She is my second main. Chi-Chi's my first. Then Dea. Alright.
This may turn a little.
Alright, ads. No! Let the ads.
Look at her. And put the weight.
Because they knew. How am I supposed to get you up there? I don't know. I think you fall down.
Yeah. Right.
I have to switch characters literally for you to come down. Because I don't think I can climb this, can I? Oh yeah, I can climb it. Never mind.
Here. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I can go get the treasure chest.
Let me help you pack this up.
And this. Poor artist got all the ads. Oh, there's the thing I need. There you go. Yay! And I can come over. Oh yeah, we're still going up the hill. I thought we had to fly down. You're back, welcome back. It is Dea. She is beautiful. I love Dea. She's my second fave. She is awesome. She's fiery. She looks good standing next to Diluc. See? You love her? Me too. She is very helpful. I highly suggest her. Oh, it's below us. Dang it. How do I get below? Actually, there's a little inlet over here. I wonder if I can go down this way. Yep. There's definitely stuff down there. Forever alone. Ships with Momo. Blueberries. Let's see. There you go. We'll give out hugs. Only bots get hugs, apparently. I shipped with myself too, Momo. But artist shipped with me first. I boop bots. Hug bots. Gonna kiss bots. Yep, gonna kiss bots. Am I gonna lick bots? Nope, I licked artist. She's gonna run away now. She shipped with me. Wow. Pokemon getting all the love.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Let's see.
But at least it doesn't hide
I guess
anything.
since we shipped,
What
I'll
you
let it
see
go,
is what you
right?
get.
Should
And
be
whether
allowed,
you take
right?
on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Okay, so we gotta go down here and get this drum. Figure out, is there anything else down here while we're floating down that I wanted to get? No. Yeah, Dea is awesome. I can't wait till I get, like, her actual weapon versus the flowery thing, but that's just what's best for her right now. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to unlock that. Right, flame with altars? Will it really be that easy? No. You know something's gonna happen when we click this button. Timber instead of catching. Okay, back to homework. Good luck with your homework. Thanks for saying hi. Light up all the bright flame altars before the fire goes out. Okay. I don't know. Did we do it right? No. I don't know where they're at that we're supposed to light them up. Oh, it's this one. Yep. It is. Good lurk. Okay. 1 of 7 lit. Oh, jeez. Oh. How do I find them all? I think we're probably gonna have to start over this. I have no clue where all these are at. I should be marking them on my map.
Your coming was foretold. Bloom as the flowers in bloom.
I don't see them though. You know, you would think there would be like a
He has a tower.
something that tells you where they're all at. Okay, there's 7 of them. There's 1. We found 2 of the 7 that we have to light. Oh, there's 1 on that hill. So I'm gonna mark all 7 before we do it, because it seems like these are a little bit harder to find than they should be. No, we're going to mark where we're at with this thingy. Confirm. Okay, so there's 1 there. And there's 1 here. And then we're gonna go. So that's 2. There's 1 over here. Just 3. Thanks for the lurk, Nick Duffy. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Timber caught and nobody no, Timber escaped. Nobody caught it. Oh, here's one. See, by marking these, I can help somebody next time they do this as well. This rock at it. And then that's 5. And then I'm gonna guess that we keep going this way. Maybe? Ooh, snake thing. I don't think we keep going this way, but we'll come get this stuff while we're over here. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to the area. Keep looking. Oh, there's another altar. This one is not marked yet. Confirm. So I bet the other one's either up here or right here somewhere. Because it said 7. And that's one we already have. It's either going to be right here, which I don't see it. We've already got that one. Get this while we got it. All the coins. We did that one, so where is the other one? It's not near these guys. I don't think. We could go ahead and defeat them and get them out of our way, though.
Your coming was foretold.
You asked for it.
For the eternal oasis.
Oh, there's a giant scorpion now.
Committed to memory.
The eternal oasis at long last.
You were defeated by a little girl.
Find anything you like?
There we go. Now we're gonna look for that other altar still. I would have thought that there would have been one near those rocks, but there's not. Where are those? There's none. And we've already got that one.
Let's get it on.
Wrong bed. There's no more altars out here. There's a Sealy thing. But I don't know where the Sealy is. Oh, there's a big bad robot out there, I think, or something. Something looks scary out here. Go check it out. Oh, there's the Sealy. Yeah. There's a robot and a ball thingy. And another robot. No altars. Oh. Gotta wait. No.
Buckle up!
Do they not stay lit? Maybe they do.
Look alive!
There they go.
I could make a tidy sum selling some of this.
And I guess it's just gonna keep circling, even though we don't need it to. Alright, and then you're gonna come up here, and you're gonna go do your little thing here. Purifying light. Purifying light, Pilums. Let's do it. Yay! Challenge complete. Desi! Welcome to the stream, Desi! How goes it? Hope you're doing awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now that we totally got sidetracked on our mission to find what? 7 of those? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're supposed to have 7. We're gonna teleport back over there. You're well, good. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, there's a thingamajig. May try to actually get some sleep now. Okay, Jeff, good luck with some seeds. I hope you were able to obtain some. Okay, so there's 7 altars. And we've only been able to find 6, which is concerning. And I'm guessing this flame means we need to light them all. Which we know. But I don't know where the other altar is. Oh, it's a radish. Wait, is there more hidden food? So, is there like an altar hidden under the sand? And that's the starting point, once you know where they're all at. More cave drawings. Maybe there's a clue as to like where they're all at. We got this one marked. There's torches usually. That's how I know where they're at. A wild Ratatat appears. We'll catch. Momo's gonna catch it. I'm not allowed to go that way. Well, is this one of them? No, we marked this one. Maybe the one is the first one? I see it! Look, you guys. There it is. It's hiding above our heads. That's why we couldn't see it. It's right here. Sneaky booger. Thanks for the lurk, Shane. Okay, now we're ready. We have them all marked in our map. Can't hide from Mono, right? I tried. But now I'm tempted to go back and get that one like first so I don't have to like keep looking for it. All for a treasure chest. Yeah, we know. And then okay, where's the one that was up high? There it is. Okay. And then that one is up there. Which won't trigger yet. There it goes. And then gonna go up over here. Then oh, where's it at? Where is it at? No, where's the other one? Did we count this as one or something? Uh-oh, I'm missing one. And I don't remember where. And it's not this way. Challenge failed! No! I missed one and I don't know where it's at. I think because on my map I'm counting this one as one, maybe. No, I'm not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. I'm gonna have to pay more attention to my map next time. Instead of just going willy-nilly. I'm gonna have to go in a circle. You know. Gonna have to do it right. Okay. Yeah, we know. we go. Then I feel like this might be the one we forgot last time. Ooh, doggo. Wait, circle around here. And then go this way to this one that we haven't got yet, which is up there. And then we go back out to here. Okay, and then we go down here. Being barking dog. Yay! We finished it! Thank goodness. Now we can get the drum. All that for a drum. Donate. Welcome, Myrtle! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing awesome, Turtle. Okay. Now we're gonna teleport to one of these areas that doesn't have water. Because I don't know what to do in the water area. I might have to get Turtle to help me. Now that Turtle's here, he might be able to tell me what to do. Myrtle, 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 Myrtle.
Ah, sun's out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work to do. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
114 and... They both stay under the thing. Underwater arena pool party? Sounds like it. Oh, jeez. Holy crap, Myrtle! Myrtle! Holy crap! That was not what I expected at all. Right? Wow, Turtle, wow. Okay, now it's getting serious. Now I gotta like do a... I gotta scratch another thing off this mystery card because we made that goal. And 100 means, you know, Pika outfit. And what else does it mean? Yeah. Pika outfit. So I gotta change my goals on the screen too. The text ones. Oh, I like the little shy shark. That's so cute. Yeah, get some hype in chat. Holy cow. You guys are awesome. Wow. Turtle! Holy cow. I'm in shock. Jeez. Okay, it means we did the scratcher. Yeah. We get to do 2 of the scratchers, don't we? Holy cow. Pika onesie, scratcher, and kitty onesie. We redeemed both now. So which one do you want? Do you want a kissy KimonoChat or a KimonoKat? And we can always do the other one like immediately next stream too, since we accidentally did both like right now. Cause I don't know. You can't be both at the same time. Catchu? Yeah, I could be Catchu or KimonoChat.
My people are used to the desert life.
Cat.
Still,
Chew
I
cat.
hope that one
No,
day they'll
it's
be
either
able
the
to find
yellow
an oasis of
outfit,
their own
the yellow
and leave
onesie
sandstorms
that's
behind for a better
Pikachu,
life.
or the cat onesie that's a cat and it's black. You gotta pick one. And I can even change later in stream. Or even better, wear the other one the next stream. Half and half. I can't put both on. I would sweat to death. Cat, oh no. Okay, so you want the cat one, I'm guessing. Cat, oh no. Time for scissors and stitch it together. And have two. Okay, we also gotta scratch 2 of these things off and find out what torturous treatment St. Jude has put in my fate. So we're gonna scratch 1 real quick. And see what torturous treatment St. Jude has for me. Because I have no clue.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Oh, now my
but at least
quarter
it doesn't
won't
hide
scratch.
anything. What you see is what you get. And whether
My
you take
quarter
on the
won't
challenge
scratch.
is
What does that
entirely up to
mean?
you.
There we go. Come on, quarter. I'm trying. Broke coins. I'm shaking the whole desk. Camera's not. Oh my god, it's a long description. Scared. So I gotta scratch off the whole freaking square. And it doesn't want to scratch. I don't like long ones. The hydrate was easy.
We
Hydrate
must
was the
have
one earlier.
Simple rule.
You said hard.
Whoever pays the most
God.
is your new boss.
You would? Not you, Momo. Okay. Oh god, just have chat decide my next game, turtle. So next game as in today, am I quitting this game and playing a different game? Or are you picking the game of my next stream?
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it
It
doesn't
says
hide
have chat
anything.
decide.
What
but-
you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Alright, so now we're gonna try to I need something better to scratch these squares with. Maybe this... Where's my fingernail file thing? To scratch, because the quarters are not working. Play Pokemon Scholar for the last 10 minutes. Okay, I'll do that. No, I'm kidding, no. Whatever you want that I have. I do kind of need your help with this game, though. I have a part that I don't know how to do. Oh, this scratch is so much
My
better for
people
the
are
next
used
one.
to the desert life, but still,
I
hope that one day they'll be able to find
He's
an
lurking. I
oasis of
think
their
he's
own
gone to bed or
and
gone to
leave
go get food.
sandstorms behind for a better life.
Alright, here goes the next one. Oh god, I'm scared. Let's see, what does it say? It says... Tell a dad joke. Alright, I've been prepared for this one. Tell Shane is still there. You're in trouble now. You're in trouble now. The boss is in chat. Okay, tell a dad joke. I got one for you guys. I've been prepared for this one. Okay. Knock knock. It's probably not really a dad joke, but it's a joke, and I'm gonna tell it. I sense cringe. Come on, guys. Somebody's gotta say it. Maya.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
There you go. That's what you want with that one. I knew it. Okay, I'll give you one more. We're gonna cheat here. We're gonna do some little interactive. We're gonna do some chat GBT real quick. And we're gonna ask chat GPT for a dad joke. And this is what you get this time. Let's see. Tell me a dad joke. That way you get a real dad joke. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. There you go. There you go, there you go. So, there's your dad joke. But alright, so did you say Cat 2, Cat Ono? Is that the one you want?
But still,
the cat
I hope that
cosplay?
one day they'll be able to
Or
find
onesie?
an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms
cat
behind
onesie.
for a better life.
What did the fisherman run from the ball? He couldn't catch it. Oh no. Oh. I did ask ChatGPT what a dad joke was last night too, like for a dad joke last night, and the other one it gave me was, why don't eggs tell jokes? Because they might crack up. So there you go. Yeah, they might crack up. Just so you know. And then, another thing. Okay, Turtle, you didn't redeem anything with your donation. You know, you could have redeemed all kinds of stuff. Ugh. Just let me know if you wanted to redeem something. I didn't. I skipped it. It's fine, it's fine. You still made the milestones. I still gotta figure out which onesie to wear. And I'm gonna put your name on the board.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Sky!
But at least it doesn't
Welcome,
hide anything.
Raiders!
What
Welcome,
you
welcome,
see is
welcome!
what you get. And whether you take on the challenge
Welcome,
is entirely
Debbie! Sky! No, Momo. I'd rather do the milestone than a reward. Okay. Welcome! Eden Sky, welcome. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Eden Sky. Okay, I'm gonna put Myrtle right next to Momo. So, do another little star mark. Jeez. Myrtle.
My people are used to the desert life.
Alright, Myrtle, you're on the board. You're on the
I hope that
board.
one day they'll
Here.
be able to find an oasis of their
Light,
own.
light.
And leave the
Too much
sandstorms
light.
behind
There
for
we
a better
go.
life.
Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This guy sent me here to say that the Earth is where people land when gravity affects us, but if we don't allow it to affect us, then we can travel upwards into the great cotton candy in the upward direction. Sky would know. Sky would know. Hi, Kimono. Hope everyone is well. Yes, we are well. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This Sky knows all the things. He's from the sky, right? Sky was the limit? Is it really, though? Or is it cotton candy?
The desert's a tough adversary.
Cotton
But at least
candy.
it doesn't hide anything.
Yeah, you
What
guys
you
just
see is what you get.
welcome in.
And
Good
whether
Mono,
you
how
take
are
on
you
the
doing? I'm doing
challenge
great.
is
I'm doing
entirely
great.
up to
We
you.
just reached another milestone, so I have to let chat decide my next game and win. And also I gotta change into a onesie, so that's a thing. Thank you, Sky, for teaching me today that the upwards direction of cotton candy is where limits are, and then it is your name. Yes. I was gonna say, can do 20 googly eyes, but nah, maybe not. You'd have to stare at them the rest of the stream. If you're gonna put 20 googly eyes on my face, you're gonna have to stare at them. Just be warned. Leaving things up to chat. It wasn't my choice. St. Jude made me do it. It's a scratch card from St. Jude, and I have no idea what's all on here. So, as they get to different levels, I have to scratch one off. And when I scratch it off, it tells me what I have to do. And I don't know. And so it's terrifying.
Whoever pays the most.
It's terrifying. All the eyes on your face. Oh, you want 20 eyes on my face? You would, right? So I gotta put in the, since we cleared that milestone marker, though, I gotta put in the next milestone for the scratcher. Oh, do a random one next, not the next one? Okay, we'll do that. Mono sees it all. Mono sees it all. No. Pikachu for you. I think he wants the cat one. He hasn't made it really clear yet, so... Let's see. I gotta go back to the thing, the incentives, the milestones, and put in the next card scratch milestone, because they're not automatically on there. Kitty scratch card. There you go. The next one's on there, 175. So we're pretty close. 175 is when I get to scratch a card again. To who knows what. My brain instantly went to morbid things when you mentioned that surprise scratchy thing. Like, a fork and eye? Oh no. No, but play a game blindfolded is one of the possibilities, it says. On the card, it says possibilities are play blindfolded, perform exercises, and tell dad jokes. We've already had to tell dad jokes. We haven't had to do exercises yet, but that's part of my normal stream channel points. And I haven't had to play blindfolded, but apparently I gotta let chat pick a game. And I told them that they can pick it for either next stream or this stream. Finished paying the leftover taxes I had? Oh, geez. Yes, cat and cat. Okay. Got it. Cat and cat onesie. Onesie time? Yes! Alright, I'm gonna get my onesie. I'm gonna go to the other room and change. Then I'll be back, so stay tight, and we'll get back to some more Genshin. Unless Turtle changes the game. But I do need his help with the thing, so hopefully that'll happen. So, yeah. I could join you in my onesie. Which one do you have? Do you have a cat one? Which one do you have? Why the other room? Obvious reasons. Yeah, let me grab the onesie out of the closet here. Remove all these yoga balls out of the way. It's nighttime anyway, right? Gotta get comfy. Put on a onesie, all that good stuff. I'm not going to too hot. Hashtag date. Onesie date in May. That's crazy. I wouldn't. It's way too hot. Don't break stuff, Kimono. I might. Put on the AC, Mono. That's true. Make it chilly in here. I should totally do that. I'm gonna turn it down real cold. Move these yoga balls. I'll be back. I definitely don't need a blanket anymore. Yeah. Yeah, cat onesie acquired. Yeah. Here's my hat. Here's my tail. Yes, it has a tail. It's so cute. Yeah. I have to not sit on it though, you know? I'm just like, yeah, this is my cat onesie. Meow. If I wanted to, I could put on my mittens that would match. That would be cute. Until I get too hot or get tired of trying to not be able to type. But thank you again, guys, that came in with Sky's raid. Thank you, Sky, so much for that raid. Guys, if you have not checked out Sky's stream, he's an awesome streamer. Plays every kind of game you can think of. He's super chill. Yeah, he's a drummer. And, I don't know what else to say about him. He's just really, really nice, and he's always been around. I've known him for probably 5 years now, and I always check out one of his streams when I can. I'm usually a mod lurking in the shadows on his streams, so I highly recommend him. Check him out. Can I touch the tail? Cats bite when you touch their tails. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, let's see if I can find the mittens. Sounds about right, 5 years? Yeah. Sky's so nice. Who doesn't like Sky's streams? He's one of those streamers that, you know, like, it doesn't matter what they're playing to me. I mean, yeah, you have certain games you like to watch people stream more than others. But it doesn't matter what he's streaming. I just go there to hang out because he's always having great conversations. Sweet, you're still alive. Session just ended. See, session ended? What? I'm so confused. How many cat ears do you own? Quite a few. There's more in that box than just cat ears. Probably, I don't know. Some need repaired by now. But there's a few in here. I mean, we got rainbow ones. And the sparkly ones that are black. And then I've got pink ones that match the pink cat tail. These aren't cat ears, but I introduced these last Valentine's. More stuff than cat ears. Yeah, there's my Pika hat. I need to put these back on the channel reports redemptions where you guys make me wear these things. Oh, light up ears. These light up. So, yeah. They almost match into this, you know. There you go. Squats. Oh, jeez. Neko size. There you go. Neko size. I love that. Cheetah ears. Yeah, there's ears and paws and tails and orange ones. So I don't know if y'all are keeping count. I didn't keep count. Oh, here's the pink ones. They clip on. And then I have gray paws, like the black ones that are gray. And I think that's it. Well, wait, there's another pair of purple ears. Hi, Mono. Hi, Lady Rude. I love this. There's another pair. Oh, Oh, and here's the pair that I keep needing to fix, the lace ones, because I need to sew the little, so they don't come off. I need to sew them back on. They're very pretty. But I never sew them, because I'm a slacker. One time I had to wear a bandana, so there's a bandana in here. There's an old falling apart birthday crown that the wicks are kind of bent. Yep. It's like, ah, happy birthday. There's everything in here. Oh no. More googly eyes from last year's St. Jude's. And last year's St. Jude's spinny board that you put things on and you spin and you have to do them. This year they got creative with the scratcher instead. But I might keep that out. We might use it for something. I don't know. All kinds of stuff. You name it. Then my TwitchCon sunglasses are in here. Yeah. Probably for when I used to do disco marbles on stream, disco like nights, and I had like a disco ball and stuff, lights, and then I had my sunglasses. Jamming out. Okay, we're gonna do squats like this. Yeah. We're gonna do the squats and the stretches, just like this. The lights and the glasses. Because we can. Gotta do 5 squats and 10 squats. Oh, jeez. All squats. Okay. Back up. And then we gotta do this. Okay. Oh, in the cat outfit. So yeah, the tail's back there somewhere doing tail things. I don't know. Yeah. Here, we'll do a pause out, right? Okay. Pause out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is she gonna get hot? Right? I'm gonna be sweating. It's hot in here, and I can't take off my onesie. Love you guys. Hey, yeah, it's gonna be too hot. All right, we're gonna grab all this stuff. Put it back in the box. Put it back in the box. Drink water, thank you. But yeah, I wasn't counting what's in the box. I'm not taking out the stuff again. I just showed you 95% of the stuff in the box. The rest of it's like miscellaneous odd and ends. Just review the vlog later. Yeah! There you go. You forgot to put an alert in my head. Drink water. Oh, you're gonna max out all the squats. It's from the movie, haha. Oh! Back to homework because I'm not done like a chump. You kind of got distracted, and then you had to know how many ears were in the box, so, you know. Also, guys, don't forget if you see something weird that you think is clip-worthy, feel free to clip it, just so I have a marker for later, and then I can put it on YouTube and embarrass myself even more, because that happens. 3 nans. So I gotta do it in nans or nah? How do you say that? Is it nah? 1 nah? 2 nah? 3 nah? I don't know. Your squat posture? Naya? Like Maya, me, Maya, ooh. Naya. Okay, Naya. Alright, so it's Naya. And there's 10 more of them. Not like that. Ah. Naya. Naha? No, Naha? I don't know how you say it now. Cat doesn't know how to neigh. I don't know. Cat doesn't. Cat. Error. 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 Cannot compute. I mean, I can go meow. Meow. So cute. I feel like I have instructions on my phone or something. I don't know. I just heard my phone go off. Yep. God, here we go. I was right. Here we go. I can turn the volume on. Yeah. Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. Meow, meow, meow. So it's like meow, but meow with an N. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, thank you, Momo. You're the best. You know, I should save that to chat. There you go. You're stuck with that. Okay. Oh no, exposing Momo. Oh no. Meow, meow, meow. What? Oh. Alright. And what about my posture? Don't even. You guys come do this in a onesie on stream. I'm laughing too much. I'm laughing at myself. Meow. 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 Seven. Meow. 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 I'm done. I'm just gonna get on the floor here, and you guys can pick me up later. Yeah. Okay. I think we were playing Genshin or something. Ooh. I forgot my brain somewhere along the way. Yeah. Yep. Gonna turn off the sparkles. Lose the shades. Oh, I forgot I still had an eyeball on my face. Jeez. You're right. I'm gonna put on my sunglasses. They even have a cute little case. It says Twitch on them. So yeah. It's getting hot in here. Put on your onesie, cause it's summertime. Alright. What was this? A onesie date slumber party thing? Heard artist something about putting on a onesie too. Girls just want to have fun. Momo has a onesie. Momo has one too. But I know it's hot right now. I did turn down the AC though, so it should get nice and nice and cool. Is it nice and toasty? Ah, Stitch. Yeah. Alright, let's see. What was I doing? My brain. I lost it like 30 minutes ago. Ow! Ow! I just pulled my own neck. It was weird. Stitch? Yes. It's a Stitch onesie. It's so cute. Alright. Back to my chair. Cat and a chair things. I got this still too. It's gonna get cold. I mean, it's gonna get warm. Cold. Words. It's gonna get warm if I don't hurry up and drink it too. Why are words so hard? There. Definitely said it more than that, but you get the idea. Alright. Genshin. We are trying to get these drum pieces. Welcome home, Rain. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Alright, so we gotta go this way and go down. Ooh. Oh, we can use this little thing to go get the things. Okay. Yo. Big Mono, oh yeah! Thank you! I think I broke it. There we go.
Stay close. No
hi,
going off on
Shane.
your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Yeah. There, so I can drive. It's hard enough to drive. So rush as it is. And then, is that enough for this? Did it do it? No? There it is. Ew. Sweet. Cheese. Yeah. 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 God. Okay, so there's so many of these, and I'm guessing you gotta do them in a certain order or something crazy again, too. And they're Dendrio, so we're gonna grab out our Nahida. Venat up here, guys, Venat. There's no numbers on the wall, we're good. And yay!
Curiosity deserves
Wrong
a
copy
reward.
paste. Gotta find some dinner, have some fun. Okie dokie. Star. That's okay. Thank you, Shane. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you get something yummy to eat. Oh, it's right here somewhere. Oh, it says it's below me still. Anything on this branch that I need to know about? Nope. Before I fall any further? Nope.
Yeah.
Oh. You.
goes on. Oh, fries.
Oh, you're like already ice. So you need fire.
Sharing my knowledge. Orders given. Orders received.
And that has been caught by KimonoKat and Turtle. I need to get foods, but I don't want to go back. I haven't started this quest. You haven't? Oh no. 'Cause I need help in one spot. You still might be able to help me, but I don't know. I'm like kind of stuck. And it might be something I can't do because I haven't ascended. That's the bad part. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah. So I'm gonna need your help figuring out how to get unstuck.
Well, how about that?
Because you're the pro. And then... That or Rain, unless she's already done it. You've done the event stuff? Help Mono get unstuck? Yeah. Yeah, maybe Rain can help me. Oh, I see a drum. Why is there a storm here? Because there can be. Do you go afraid, pale floater? Paimon's not afraid. Oh, this is gonna be another one of those things where I gotta find all the things to do the things. Defeat all opponents within 20 seconds, so okay. Now we're talking.
Gloves off!
Oh, big boy.
Look alive! You ain't messing around!
Oh god, he just threw me all over the place. Where's he at?
This dance is for you. This may hurt a little. Commit it to memory. Make yourselves at home. This may hurt a little. Wheel of life. Sacred name.
We're just gonna, you know, crack out all the things. And heal everybody up. Dude didn't stand a chance. Okay, so we completed the challenge. Now what? There we
Faster?
go.
Okay, faster.
Oh, one more drone to get. The one that's the problem child. Because I can't go underwater, and I don't know how to do it.
Go.
Yeah. That or I'm just doing it wrong, which is highly possible. So I'm hoping you can help me figure it out. I figured I shouldn't be, because I can't. It keeps leading me underwater and tells me to go there. Hi, Twinsy! Oh, look! Do you get to keep her? Or is it because I'm doing this mission that you got her now? Do you get to keep Stone Rush? It's not on this side of the fountain, it's on this side. I think. Yeah, you keep it. I didn't know that! Here it is.
Like,
Well, I mean, you get there's like lots of things you gotta collect with it, so I don't know. But see, yeah, it leads me to right here. Now what? It says it's underwater, 74 meters.
one, two, breathe. 3, 4.
And that or you're supposed to let the water out somehow, and I couldn't figure out how to do that.
Faster? Okay, faster.
I tried doing the thing, then lighting the thing, and I tried doing the floaty thing, and I couldn't get the Dendrio particles because I don't know how to fly. Like, you keep it by doing a world quest. Oh. Yeah, you have to do the orange thingy up there. But then that doesn't do anything, because then you're supposed to, like, stay there. Oh, by touching it, she can collect the green things? No, she can't.
Let's go
10,000 blue
somewhere
XP books?
cooler.
So you're saying I have to do that, Rain? Oh, you hit Z once you're out there? And it lets you change into your other form out there? What the heck? Since when could you do that? No, that didn't work. How did you? I don't know. I don't understand how she's flying with her character. I don't know how she's doing that. I don't know. You did it not too long ago. I reached blue books 10,000? What disc? Oh, so you're flying from way up here. And you trigger it. And then you do it. Okay. And then Z.
Already
And then
forgot.
you fly. Oh, but I was too far away from them. Okay. I think I see what you're saying, though. I can't be that far up, but I can be just far enough up to trigger them. Okay, I'll join Discord. Hold on.
2. Breathe.
I think I understand now, though. But I could not figure that out for the life of me earlier.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Mono's confusing herself more, yeah. No, I think I understand now. Hi.
I still have no idea what you're trying to do, because I was just using the little tether thing to, get the particles.
Yeah.
Because it's all
I couldn't even figure out how to get the particles before, was what I was saying. But, so we can activate it and try to get the particles again, but then the part that I need, like, the next place it tells me to go is... So that's dumb.
You're right. Oh man, I missed it. Crap.
So... See, I can get that one no matter what anyway. But
Yeah. I can't get the last one.
me either. Oh, I bet you have to use Amber. She's the furthest glider.
Oh, maybe.
Mm.
It also doesn't help that Chi-Chi is so small.
Yeah.
Here.
Amber.
Let me try to Luke. I don't even know why I was on Chi-Chi.
I don't know, we both were. I'm using baby flyers to try to get.
Oh, there we go. I got it. I
Did
completed
you
the
ask
trial.
me change characters?
Oh, hey. I'm swimming around in the water now as it goes down.
Oh, sweet. So the Dingio makes the water go down. I was
Yeah.
wondering.
Okay, so you just need to activate this next one.
Okay. Ah, that makes so much more sense. I was like, how the heck am I supposed to get this? You might be able to get that orb with the squid thing? What squid thing?
We'll just...
Oh,
Alright, where are they?
jeez.
It's fine. No, I missed it. Oh god. Oh, there goes the other one. Okay.
You're both in the water.
Nice. Alright, this one.
See, I knew I needed help earlier, so I was like, I'll just save this one for last. By then, somebody will be here. I didn't notice what they're doing. Because I definitely don't.
I definitely didn't know what you were doing either, but... Because I haven't done this yet.
A wild gullet appeared, and apparently a turtle hasn't either. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
So many. God dang it. I fail.
Ah!
I'll get these
I
ones
missed
to
it!
the
I fell
left.
too. I fell too. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna drown. I'll finish in a jiffy. You will.
I got it.
Because you won't get distracted like I will.
There we go. I did it.
No. Your character was down into the water. Oh my god.
Hey, I think I found where you need to go.
Yeah,
Alright. Oh, what's over here?
that's the lighty thing. Don't go into the light! Don't go into the light, Moth! That's what I told them before. I was like, I want to go into the light. And it was like, no, don't go into the light.
Damn it.
Oh, you mess with fire types? Oh, it's not your lucky day.
Life goes on.
They're dead meat!
Didn't even
Oh, there's
try to
the other
catch it.
drum! Yay! Heck. Oh, okay, okay. We finally did it. Thank you, Reen!
Yeah. Gotta go back to my world so I can do some of this stuff.
Ah,
So
sun's
do
out,
it
guns.
before the time runs out.
Just sucks that I got so much work to do.
Trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do with this stupid thing. Oh, what is this? So,
Kirara in a few days. I know. I'm trying to get as many gems as I can before then.
be able to get albedo? Not albedo. Hatham.
Kirara, Kirara, Kirara.
I didn't pay attention to where these stupid little things were at.
You did some pool so well, right? I did a few. I didn't get it. Oh well. Exactly. Cooking, combat, errands, espionage, espionage. We can do it all. She willingly serves. Oh, I am so Rush's servant, apparently. Come, Kimono. This momentous task is yours. Oh, I have no fear. You are my Yasunapapivta. However you say that. Well, if you say so, Rush, then leave it to us. Return the drums to the original places. Oh, God.
Did you just say to the original poisons?
Original places. Places.
Poisons? I'm like, I
Use
didn't realize that they were
Verda
supposed to be
times
soaked
1
in
to
poison.
place Carbantus Verda in the original. No? I don't know. Check drum. These drums were created by the order of
My people are used to
according
the
to the
desert
specific
life,
method to
but
cause the
still,
elements powered
I
with
hope
the
that one day
resound.
they'll
There are
be able
3
to find
ways
an
of
oasis
hitting
of
these
their own
drums. Normal
and
attacks
leave
will create a light
sandstorms
sound,
behind
while
for a better
plunging
life.
attacks will create a heavy one. Stay still and create a pause. They're split these into 3 categories: empty, half, full, which correspond pause, light, and heavy beats. Reading the scores from left to right. Oh, this sounds like a Jeff assignment. Where's Jeff? Wake up, Jeff! Side stretches! Challenge failed. Yeah, we're just gonna place them and it says check. I guess that's the right one for this spot because it has the. I wouldn't think it would put the wrong one in the wrong spot. Stretches! Just when I was getting comfy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No! It's all good. It was fun.
Wondering about that. Seriously?
Oh, you're supposed to. Oh. I don't know.
Am I supposed to do this?
Make her move.
What am I supposed to do?
Shakes that furry booty. Oh.
I see. I didn't read it. It's my fault for not reading. Oh no.
Alright. Perform according to the drum score. This is gonna be hard.
Oh no.
It's music. I'm gonna fail.
I currently cannot help you.
I wonder if I just use that type on that type of drum. I don't know. Not doing it. You don't like this one?
Oh jeez.
Go.
I don't know.
Why does it have to do this to me?
Play.
I hate when it does this shit.
Oh. 1,
Did I
2,
get it?
3, 4. Is that what you're supposed to do? Cool.
Yeah. I didn't figure that one out.
Mm. You don't know.
Life goes on.
We're just gonna wait a minute.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and
Created by orders continuously. Just hit them according to a specific
let's
method
go
to cause the
somewhere
elemental power within to
cooler.
resound. There are 3 ways of hitting these drums. Normal attacks will create a light sound, while plunging attacks will create a heavy one. Stay still to create and pause. Oh my gosh! So heavy, light, heavy, extreme heavy?
No, I think it's light, pause, light, heavy. I think that might be what that one is.
Okay.
Rise.
Did I do it?
No, I don't think you did. You may not want to use your elemental.
Well, I think you have to use that as the heavy, right?
No, your heavy is your charged. Like where you hold down your
Like
mouse
this?
button.
Okay.
Yeah.
So don't use your elemental at all.
Mm-mm. No need to.
It doesn't like that. You have to watch the flames on it. And then... Pause. Nope, I messed that up too. Pause. Hit that flame. Don't hit that flame. Wait till the next flame. Hit it. Then wait till the last flame. And then whack it hard. But the whack it hard doesn't work, so maybe it is elemental. You. So hit it. Pause. Wait for the third flame. Hit the third flame. Wait for the next one. Use elemental. Challenge failed. Yeah, and it's not whacking it hard either, because that fails every time.
2, 3.
No, because you have. Oh no, it's the hard is the falling one, falling attack. Remember? I just remembered that. So like you're plunging when you stop from when you come from a high distance and you plunge down is the hard.
Well, how am I
heavy
supposed to go from a higher distance and plunge down?
Climb the side of the trunk.
But I can't be in two places at one time.
Well, no.
Let's see. Pause. Attack. Attack. Just attacks? Nope. Maybe I try a different drum.
You might be using the wrong drum. I don't know.
Okay. Check. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Check it. Oh. Dun dun dun. Done? See, I don't know how to do a hard attack.
It's a plunging attack.
Ultra ball. I can't do a lunging attack.
Plunge, not lunge. Plunge.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Where you go from up high?
You don't have time to go up high. Not and keep a rhythm.
Oh, you might have to jump. I've done it a few times, but I don't...
Like on the ground? Like from the ground plunge attack?
Yeah. Like I've done it a handful of times when I'm attacking, but I can't ever like guarantee it. I don't know.
It's the low part. Yeah, no. Oh, you stand on top of the drum.
didn't even think about standing on top of the drum and jumping.
Stand on the drum itself. So light. Stand on top. Oh, what? You float! You float! Sorry!
What?
You float! Like, so
You
confused now. Yes. This blue swirly stuff goes around your waist, and you kind of float. That swirly stuff, it keeps you aloft. There. I'm so confused now. Okay. I did one freaking thing is so slow. I love how this game just like makes you think so hard. It's like, oh, I forgot to check it. I don't know what it is. Check it. This one is light. Oh god, jump high. Pause. Jump high. Okay. Oh, I forgot to actually do it. Oh, I messed it up. I messed it up. It's hard to jump. The floaty thing messes me up too. Ah. I'm just not liking this at all. Let's see. It's gonna mess up again. Okay. It's still complicated. You still have to hit the space bar in order to do it, even though you're floating in the air. Come on! I missed. Sometimes the floaty thing helps you, and sometimes it makes it worse. Nah. Forget it. I'll come back to this one. I don't like it. Don't like it. I'm out. Oh, light, hard. Okay, this one sounds easier. It's because I jumped too far. like this is a challenge to teach you how to jump. That's all this is about, is to teach you how to do these jump attacks.
Right.
Because they know we're so bad at them that they're trying to teach us.
This is good practice, right?
Yeah, that's all it is they're trying to teach you how to do them properly. Oh, and I just... There. I don't like that one. Turtle caught the Pokemon! Oh, I forgot to check it. This one is light, balls, light, heavy. Balls. Light. Heavy. Okay. I think I know how to do these now. It only took me an eon to figure it out. Light, pause, light, heavy again? Okay. Some of these are just the same. Okay. And there's the one difficult one left. You got this. Check. It is light, heavy, balls, heavy. Lawyer has answered our call. She must be Rashuna. I think she's right. Perhaps we need to have a nice meal. That's right. Grub, meat, veggies, sweet, salty. Ooh, what should I get? Actually, hang on. Do Perry enjoy human food at all? Perhaps a repeat performance might do. No, wait. So noisy. So sleepy. I kind of thought this might go differently, you know? Like, you are so rushed, I recognize you. That's right. Kimono and her companion. Yawn? I do not wish to know. Humans and their drums are noisy. I threw them into different places so I could sleep in peace.
I mean, same
so this
though.
was all a misunderstanding? Oh, that's one huge misunderstanding, what did you say? But your documents recorded so very clearly, nor did Lady Sorush say anything against this. You mustn't have slumbered too long here, Rashana. Your memories of these affairs surely scattered. The abundance wasn't meant to select those who might clear the trials. Blah. Couldn't solve such a small problem. Sigh, I'm so tired, but this is not the time to sleep. Yes, you see, Kimono truly deserves the title. Yes, Snappity. You need yours as well. Ah, I get it. It was Zervan who... She too approves of me, of course. Alright, Rashana. Rashnu, yes! So Rain, since the cult stuff... What? Hold on. The Rain, since the Cola stuff for these statues double every element. I hope the hydraulicals doesn't double.
Oh no.
Welcome, Six!
I really don't want the
Human
hydroculus
business
to
later.
do that.
Perhaps we can talk later. Perhaps after I sleep for a bit. Maybe then. It's going to be a nightmare. Turtle, you're more than welcome to join if you want.
The hydroculus are definitely going to be a nightmare to get if that's going to be the case.
Over 500. Oh no. Oh god. Other things to attend to. We can save your business for Roshnu another day. Yes, I will return to camp to accomplish that which I should. You know, Paimon kind of feels bad for Naswan right now. I'm afraid this isn't something we can butt into. Yeah, Naswan and Sorush have known each other for a long time. They can settle this stuff between them, can't they? Whatever the case, if you come to us with the blah 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 oasis, Roshnu, Sorush will be the one step closer to getting the chaplet. Together now? We'll meet there again later. Let's go together. Going together with humans? Gone. Alright. It missed Star Rail's first event. Oh, when is that?
Soon.
Oh, we just got 50 more primos! Yay!
Pretty sure it starts really soon. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, it did start yesterday, didn't it?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I mean, I can play Star Rail tomorrow. You guys still haven't decided. Oh, there's a thing here somewhere.
I haven't looked at the event yet. Brooke, really?
There it is. Stay there. Okay. Is that you? Hi, Turtle. A wild panseer appeared. My snacks are gone.
First, get into position like this. Then move like that. Yep, that's it.
Still says there's another thing here. Is it inside that tree stump thingamajig? That's too big to even... No, it's not. It would be right here at the water. I would be standing on top of it. I bet it's on that hill. treasure chest. Oh, and more flowers. Is that how you get the treasure chest? Was the flower thingies?
Let me help you pack this up.
Or is this just
Oh,
another
you're doing
whole
the
one?
here thing.
Was that this one? Heart-shaped pond. Oh, I did them out of order though. I will come back and look at the pond. Okay. Oh. No, I didn't mean to hit it!
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know where I was. There we are. I meant to hit control. And I hit Z. There we go. That one's like an eyeball. Wrong person.
For you.
Alright, here's Myrtle. Oh, it is heart-shaped. Cool. Oh, and you gotta go in a heart shape to make all the things.
Oh.
No, it goes like that. Oh. Challenge completed, and it does nothing? I guess it's just to go in a heart shape. Interesting. That or it was the treasure chest and I just did it again.
No, you needed that plume thing.
Okay, well yeah, I do need the plumes. Yeah. Oh, there's more of those things? Why is it doing this to me? I don't understand. Fine, I'll go bother a different one. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with these orange guys. Usually they have a certain pattern and you just chase them for a little bit and then something happens, but I've never seen this many of them in one place. Maybe I'm supposed to get them all together?
I wonder if they're supposed to be at the points of that. I don't know.
The flowers or something?
Maybe?
Like each needs to be hovering over a flower?
No. Like, almost like to the points of the blue, you know?
Yeah.
Of the pattern of the blue.
Okay, so that
what it
one
looks
is
like
now.
they're trying to do.
Yeah. Well, who's missing?
There's one guy down on the other end. Okay.
Oh, maybe this one? Because the other ones kind of all look like their own points, but...
I think this one right.
I think it's the one down here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, see that one's lined up with the thing now, it looks like. Oh. No, it's running away again. Oh yeah, see that's kind of at a point, it's the other one.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit behind me too, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, no it doesn't.
So then it's this guy way down here.
No, but it doesn't, that's the thing, Turtle, is once she gets close enough to it, it doesn't stop. Like it just moves.
So just keep pressing E at them. Okay. I mentioned it's Justy! No, I don't know. I'm sure one of these guys to run away.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually they do let you push like E or something at them. But...
Yeah, but this one's...
You gonna lurk? Thank you for the lurk. Come back to these guys.
I haven't gotten there yet. I'm almost there to that point. I just figure it out.
No, not after I left so much, but do it.
Shit.
What happens as soon as you approach it, then it runs away, and you can't.
Yeah.
You have to hit E as it's running away, so it doesn't help.
Puddles, go away. You too, Brooke. You guys are in the way.
Scares me. Are you sure we're going the right way, Silrush? I'm making such a disgraceful noise. Would I lead you wrong? Pale Floater, you could stand to learn from our Yashnapati and her unflinching calm. It is just a fluorescent purple mist. Don't you find that pretty suspicious already? Paimon can tell how dangerous it is just by looking. It's dangerous. Such trivial trials, the pale in comparison to sacrifice that I must offer up later. But perhaps one may consider retreating at the slightest sign of danger and wise choice. That's right, Kimono, in charge of being brave, while Paimon is in charge of being smart. That's why we make the best of buddies, after all. Paimon thinks that was a good rejoinder too. Rejoinder? I gave you a title for not. Yes, Snappity. Do you give praise unto my bravery more? Pray. Well, Kimono knows Paimon longer. When she was not being Yorgo Snappity, there's nothing wrong with her sparing some time to praise Paimon. They're getting jealous of her. Paimon is in Star Rail. What? Really?
What?
My great work is not for the present, but for the future. Still, this very moment you are being given the privilege to witness where it all began. That foolish familiar of thorns. She must be suffering right now. Wait, is she trapped in there? Then we've got to save her. Power of the purple mist beneath us shares a source with the demons of Dev. Mira's task should have been to keep such wicked powers from running rampant among the earth. To continue the hate, I suppose. I love Paimon. Problem could very well be something not even Sorush can solve. It is no difficult matter. Perhaps I might even call it trivial, but we Pari each have our mission, and we also have different ideals. She must have found some position equal to seclusion and defensibility before using a great gate to seal both the demons and herself in. Norbat, polecatch! Not physically, more like somewhere you hear this certain text Paimon always says. Oh no. Is it the food one? Just kidding. Paimon is not food! Sorry. It's just...
Good. Emergency food.
Hardly. I merely wish to see if that useless fool has renewed regrets or not. If she turns back to us and accepts our aid, then perhaps I shall spare her a moment or two. So mean, Sorush. The flower, the star of the songs of praise shall seem less radiant if the green leaves are not there to serve its folly. The falling labor shall be little, but it's still a radiant shard. Snappity, mine. Record it down with a reverent heart, and use even this mote of shattered light to grace your mighty hymn. We can talk about the less important stuff later, Sorush. Let's figure out how to disperse that purple mist first. Ooh, Turtle, Cat, and Momo caught it. Or Rain! What about Rain?
I didn't.
Put in the vid and voice chat. Sweet, thanks. Let's see.
I never even noticed that text when I was looking at that in Star Rail.
Underestimate me not, Pell Floater. You're a pale floater. What do you want to call each other? They're both pale floaters. Haven't they figured that out yet?
No. It's too easy.
Only fruits can purify them. Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah. You have to use Sorish to make the shiny
the green thing
flowers.
go into the purple thing.
No.
Mm.
No. So there's shiny flowers across the way.
Get the fruit, yeah. The flower fruit stuff. I had to use them to get treasure before.
But you have to use the green vine thing first.
Oh.
I guess you don't have to, but you can't use the fruit to take out the fog. It's got like little slime ball things instead that you have to take out.
Oh. Oh, damn. Well, I gotta go down here and risk my life. This little green thing. Did I notice a movie? Awaken the power disappeared. No, don't do that. Okay. Maybe. I didn't do it. Maybe I just need more of those things facing it, probably. Defeat all defiled entities in the swamp. Challenge failed. Oh, those things! Oh, I was defeating the wrong things.
Yeah. I didn't know how else to describe them.
I didn't see them. Yeah. That didn't help. I did not need to do that. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. And then I gotta go down here. So these guys, they're purple and moving around. I gotta come down here. Target them properly as they run all over the place. Try to get away from me. Get Q on them, that should have failed. That one I think I got.
Alright, time for me to do this stupid water one again. Since, you know, we did it in your world.
Challenge complete! Yay, we did one.
I hate the fact that I can't use Sorish to get these.
Okay.
Seriously?
those guys, but I need another flower. That, and then I come over here, and I fly down, and then I chase these boogers. That one's done. Okay, now we can just blah blah blah. Why doesn't this move? There it goes. Oh, because it only goes so far and we have to keep coming back for it. I understand now. Okay, so where's the thing we need? That one we activated. That, oh, there it is. We got fruit. Fruit. And then I can come down here. At least you don't have to go get a fruit between each one. You can just do the fruit once and... What? Okay. We gotta wait for him to come up though. And pop him on top of the head. Ooh, does this mean we get to go into the light finally?
Oh my god.
No, we don't.
Oh no, I'm going into the light.
No, we gotta go in here and fight Beast. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Every time one of these opens up, monsters come out. My characters are in the wrong order. They don't like it. Anybody else do that? They don't like their characters in the wrong order. Does your fingers get used to certain ones being in certain spots? And you like them a certain way? I mean, we didn't get attacked yet. That's good. Oh, that one's being held captive.
How did you get that final one, Mono?
The what?
The final dendro particle?
There's 3. Oh.
That
You
in that
did, I
first
thought.
section?
I thought you did.
No, I'm pretty sure you did it because I had missed it. I don't even remember how I did it though.
I can't come help you either, can I?
Nope. It's okay. I'll eventually get it, I think. Hopefully.
Why does she hate her so much? There's a flower. There's no flower fruit. Oh, there. No? I don't see any flower fruit. Maybe I don't need flower fruit in here. Guess not.
Wheel of life.
Let's get it on! Hi!
I'm gonna break it. See what I'm doing. I'm gonna break it. Hook catch. Amari appeared.
Go. Committed to memory.
Whoops. Now we get to listen to them fuss at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Momo caught Nari. Congrats, Momo.
Oh my god.
Did you get it?
No.
Can Turtle help you?
I don't think so.
He probably didn't know how to do it either. Same kill? Yeah.
Monty, leave him alone. Okay, I did it.
It's so rush. You keep talking about stained with defilement, this and sinful form. Oh, that. What do you even mean? City of the familiars of the thorn of preserved defilement. From spreading across the earth in the guard against the corrosion, but when we battle against the demons of death, injury, and nigh unforbiddable. And if you had been shattered in battle, then they might have been worth the song, but stained as you are, you can hardly recount that as one of us. If not for my coming to your rescue, you would likely have continued the sympathetic struggle here till the world forgot you had utterly faded away. Those are the words of the humans who has befriended you, Sorush. He is no ordinary human. He is Nashura of the Order of the Skeptics. So that's how it is. It sounds like a matter of wounded pride. Calling someone sinful because of that. Yeah, you poor thing. To do one's duty is not a pitiful act, nor is a struggle to perform that duty for a while longer. Shameful. Never mind the matter of the elder. I have not fallen so low as to require your judgment. Rather, it is you who should thank me for rescuing you. Well, come on, Sorush. Stop yelling at an injured person. Well, Mir was wounded in combat, so that counts, right? Alright, Sorush will understand, or she will never obtain the twin-horned chaplet from Zervana. But as she says, my sinful form is unacceptable in her eyes of Other Perry. I cannot return to the oasis in this state. Merely perform a cleansing pilgrimage, and it will be well. Cleansing pilgrimage? Will that take a long time? Will it be dangerous? You need not be concerned as the details of Weir's deeds. After all, there shall be a little room for her in the praises that shall be sung of me. She knows this road well, but her weak and helpless state. Hearing is that we'll be fine as long as we escort her. Don't worry, we're very experienced in this sort of thing. Escort Mira to the location of Mehir. Thanks, these guys just came out of nowhere. Yeah.
Look alive!
We got you.
All eyes on me!
You get them.
Positions! Yeah!
Do not go!
Rise. Wheel of life.
We'll make it to the top.
Sun's out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work.
Finally out of there, we can already see the doohickey. And we can see the signs of... We won't be able to relax till we manage to fix the crisis above us.
honestly.
Back into the oasis. We escorted our friend to see. And Sorash is now closer to attaining the chaplet as well. That's right, everyone wins. Pinon is not insignificant. Paimon doesn't get Sorash at all. Why does she insist on sacrificing herself to deal with the sign? And why is she so cold? Somebody help Sorash. Ooh, 40 more primos. Look at that. I haven't even did my dailies yet.
I haven't even touched my dailies in like a week at least. I've just been logging in and getting my primos.
Yeah, me either, because just haven't had time. This week was crazy.
I've been playing more Star Rail than anything.
So where are we at now? What are we supposed to do? Is that it? Claim. I need all these primos for Kibara. I'm working on them. Claim the Twin Horn Chaplet to unlock it. Oh, okay. I gotta claim it, wherever it's at.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
I don't know.
snake flesh. Anything else? Oh. Look at them. And bring them back. And this one.
I could make a tidy sum selling some of this.
Yay. Why is there a green tunnel here? I don't know what this does. Oh! Okay, now I'm a little green flying thing chasing the seaweed.
Oh my god.
I'm so confused. Oh. I don't know what's happening here, but we're doing things and stuff. Oh god. Why the daddy's turtle?
There's one over here.
I've never chased a Celia as a little green little thing. Wild Vigoroth appeared. Oh, and I fell out of the sky being the little green thing. Nice.
I could make a tidy sum selling some of this.
I gotta do this again. Make these guys run away again. Collect them again. Where did they go? I don't know where they went. Collect. Oh, there they are. This is not gonna be easy. I don't know where they all went. Oh, they go.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own.
Interesting.
And leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
I don't see the other one. Oh, I guess we got them, but we didn't. That's a hard one. This is a hard one. No, why didn't you catch on? Oh, I failed. Yikes, should go to bed. No! Poor Momo. Oh no, I fell off again. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this one. I give up. No, I'm skipping it. I'll come back later. Slideshow. Navigate. Okay.
And I'm studying it. Okay.
That's fun, Mono in chat. Thank you, Mono, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Get some sleep. So it should be equal. Oh, wrong thing. Oh,
Steals nose and runs
Steals
away.
Get back here with my nose. Dang it. Thank you, Bio. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Small, heavy.
Have a great stream, love. Thank you, Momo. Bio, you must return the nose. No, it's mine. That's not belong to you. I can't breathe without my nose. How am I supposed to function? Just be a mouth breather? Ew, gross, no! I refuse. I can't sleep that way. It's either my nose or no sleep.
Oh, by the way, I did the drums.
Good night, lovelies. Good night. I will dip your nose in chocolate. Ew!
I done finished the,
Did you finish the drums? Nice.
yeah.
Not chocolate.
Finally.
Why would you dip my nose in chocolate? Are you gonna eat it? Ew.
Really weird.
I'm trying to figure out why you would dip my nose in chocolate, unless you intend to devour it. It smells good. It'll smell good. God.
Oh my god.
All I'll be able to smell is chocolate. That's not a problem though. I don't think I'd mind. At least not for a little while. I would just want to eat lots of chocolate.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Deep fried nose. Wonder if it would be like pig skin. Ew, chocolate covered pig skin.
Oh god, no. Oh. No thanks.
It probably would be. Ew. That is gross.
Weirdo.
Therefore, Yosemite, mine, feel free to aid your deeds to the hymn, for thus shall my great deeds seem all the greater for it.
Fire.
That's not right. Ona doesn't clean her nose. The amount of sodium it has. I do clean my nose. Thank you. Stop it with this silly roleplay already. Paimon's like... That's right. We're quite used to you talking like this. So Rush, but Zervan's right over there looking at us like we're a bunch of idiots. Then let us not speak of things unrelated, just as we agreed before, Elder. You can give me the twin horn chaplet now, yes? Well, we did, but I can't give you the chaplet. Wait, are you going back on your word? Hey, no, the chaplet is the symbol of Calvarnia's recognition. How could it be given away based on a private whim? Truth is leaking right now. No, I washed my nose. I washed it today, thank you. Amidst the countless boats created to transform divine bird, only we Perry have been blessed with intelligence. It is thus that we are able to communicate with the remaining consciousness within the mother tree. The guide, the power of blah blah blah. And now all Perry may possess such authority. Only the Bloom Guards, those who prove worthy successors to the divine birds of aspiration, have the courage to see that wish through, may gain the chaplet, the crown that contains the wisdom. And then pray along with me and the invincible, and if you've been acknowledged, then our God will grant you the chaplet herself. Sora recites the words of the ancient hymn, and Sorish joins her. It is as if 1,000 birds sing out at once, and as if 100 flowers respond. Aww. Achievement obtained. Reward quest Sorish 1. What? We obtained her? She's gone. But we obtained her.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most.
Oh, so the chaplet just grows out of your head? Well, this didn't go as well as I thought, but guess you've got your own twin horn chaplet now, Sorosh. You look much more reliable than before. Destined Bloomguard. Now I need to offer myself as a sacrifice to extinguish the sign of the pot. What? And there you go. Ruining our impression of you right away. But since you got the chaplet, Sorosh, now we can go finding that great song thing, right? Paimon remembers. Who knows if these words can read Rite of Chavant? Now, is this Neswan you speak of from the Order of Skeptics? Do you think that any human member remembers that rite? I thought that it had been lost. I did once travel alongside human heroes to cross the darkness through the rite and cleanse the impurities tainting the mother tree. Hey, looks like he wasn't mistaken then. But when that happened, I was the one who personally used the Avalaran to repair the seal that held the darkness at bay. Later, I was the one who fused the strongest, I don't know how you say that, Kaivaran together, collected there into a great song. 5 great songs which I used to purify the land. Skeptics should not have known the knowledge of the great songs exist if they relied merely on their traditional records. Maybe Neswan just that interested in researching documents. Maybe there are some documents he found elsewhere that you don't know about. That would make him all the more suspicious, and I understand it. There are indeed others who would be interested in the great songs. At the same time, I believe there's such a small matter should be no obstacle. In any case, Rurish has only just obtained the chaplet and cannot collect enough. Conduct the rite of Shavant now. We'll need the power of the great songs. That time, after I first scattered the monsters that had invaded our sea, and flowers and great songs were scattered across the land. Only one was hidden by me within the waters of the Suniyata Lake here, kept away for a future time of need. Now that Sorosh has obtained the authority to touch the great songs, you can first go to obtain this one. No, you gotta collect songs. Oh boy.
I'm in the process of doing that now. I just skipped all the dialogue.
Yeah, let's see. That was only part 1?
Yup.
What the heck? I had no idea we were only on part 1 of this. see. Quip. You are doing the quest to prepare for the event. What? Oh my god.
What?
No. You're so right. We haven't even started part 1.
Oh my god. Been working on this for how long?
Hours? Let's see.
Oh my god.
I started this the other day, even.
Yeah.
5 hours, 6 hours now, just to get to the event?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Take it, I am streaming, so I'm a little slower. Because of, you know, changing outfits and doing squats and stretches and all that good stuff. But, you know. Did you say you're not doing it, Turtle? Is that what I heard? This is a different one. I haven't seen this one. She's cute. Look at her. I'm doing it? Okay. I am almost to where you are, dang.
Oh, now's the time when we're going into the light, by the way. If you didn't know. You've been asking about the light.
I want to go into the light. The moth wants to go into the light. I didn't mean to click this person. Now I gotta hear their whole life story.
Yeah, I hadn't even talked to her yet.
I hope this thing plans on being around a while. This event, because or does it end when Kirara starts?
This ends in a day and 5 hours.
There's no way we can complete all 6 or 7 of them then. I think there were 6, but still. Unless they're a lot shorter than the introduction. Yeah, you can. Just be turtle for a bit. And don't ever sleep and stay up 38 hours.
Pretty much. The fuck is this thing? Oh my god.
I meant finish it in like an hour. What? How do you do that?
No, I don't want this. I don't give a shit about this right now.
No, I don't want to get it. Get it.
Here.
What are you? Whoa, something weird came out of the lake. That's about what I said, Paimon. That's about what I said. The great songs, exploration knowledge. The power of click creates a barrier in this area. Only a parry with the twin horn chaplet can touch them. So rush with the chaplet may use her power to collect them. Okay.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own.
What just happened? I have the red Pokemon thing acquired. You're calling this the red Pokemon thing now? Is that what we're calling it? Nice.
Apparently. Alright, I'm avoiding this main thing so I can save these stupid little shadow party things.
Red squid. I think we have to leave.
I don't. Maybe I don't. I don't. Huh? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm a little hungry too, so we might have to go get food anyway. I think I'm gonna abandon you now.
Dude, click.
Huh?
What are you saying? What are you trying to say, Turtle? You can hear my driving ability from there? Is that what you're trying to say? I think he is.
What? Oh. No, she's getting attention, so. Okay. Because Puddles is fat as fuck. I've tried really hard to. There's nothing I can do. Puddles is fat. He just sits on that one.
I don't know where to do when it says to do that.
I'm abandoning you, Mono.
Okay, run away. Go get your food.
Peace.
And
I shall
this
be
is
back,
St. Jude's
hopefully.
stream, and she's swearing. Oh! Children are watching. Happy now. She's gone. She booted herself, Mono. What? Mono. What is it? What? You're not doing the event, I know. I'm guessing this stuff will be here forever. And I don't have to do it right now. Okay. Yep. Alright, the event is right there. I left all the things and stuff.
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Maybe. Gonna keep me on track. Make sure I stay doing the event. So I make it through it. Oh. Although I need to visit the little girl's room. I still need to acquire my nose that was stolen by an 18-month sub friend. Ugh. Brought snacks, but I didn't make it to the restroom yet. Fantasy 14, yeah, no nose for you. We're on an adventure. No, I need a nose. Oh, it's still chilly in here. I actually made it cold enough that it was cold. Killing Paimons, they don't need it. Paimon does have a cute nose. I would trade her. Can't believe this thing's still going. Many times as I've gotten up. think I got all these the other day. I don't really want them again. Look through the great songs. Okay. Am I going down here? Am I going up? No, I'm going up. It's for dinner. Okay. Does anybody else eat these? Plantain chips? They're yummy. I'm dinner. I told you we were friends. Why would we give humans these powers? Sounds like the Fatui, we just got chased him away. Teach him a lesson. Oh no, I don't like plantain chips. I love them. I also like the sweet plantains they make at the Chinese restaurants. You like them whole and green? Or do you like them like cooked like the Chinese restaurants make them? They're so good. They're like sweet. I made a heap of burritos before with plantains. Where you turn the plantain into like a bread. And you make basically like a Mexican roast beef sandwich. That's pretty good. You're just trying to sound sus, because they're so bitter whole and green. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm not saying anything, Sash. You really like them? Okay. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Maybe here. It says it's active. I don't see it. Find a different one then if it's gonna do that. And then we'll go back to it and see.
We mercs have one simple
Navigate.
rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Guess we're at the destination or something weird. I don't know. I feel like my map doesn't work sometimes. I don't know if anybody else has that problem. I don't like this spot that we're headed to. This is where that waterfall is, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't like me.
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Am I just supposed to go down here? No. Maybe? Oh, like we're supposed to go. Oh. Okay. Oh. We were at the right place. Oh, she has to go in though, not me. I don't get to go into the light. That one? teleport. We'll go this way. He looks dangerous. He can stay dangerous. I'm not going to mess with you either. Gonna go this way. Avoid the monsters. Way that way, okay. No, you can't do that during combat.
Let's get it on! Hi!
Next. Go to navigate. What? I didn't mean to do that.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their
Where
own
do I gotta
and
go?
leave the sandstorms behind for a bit.
We'll just teleport here and then find out again.
Ah, sun's out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work to do.
One more song. But it doesn't tell me where. I'm stuck on the navigation for it, but then it doesn't show up, so we'll go to the next one. It's hot in here. I turned down the air because I was like, or turned it up because I actually got cold. Even with this one.
Sun's
And
out,
I immediately
guns
get
out.
hot.
Just sucks that I got so much work to do. Ah, sun's out, guns out. Just sucks
I
that I
get to
got
go
so
to
much
the
work
light.
to do.
This is the one I really wanted to know about. Nice. Here we go. Oh, teleport me. What are these? Vegetables? Get off there. Lots. Okay. Laura. Then we have to go down. Wild Smoochum appeared. Smoochum. Well, catch Smoochum. Three residual berry of the forest. Sob, sob. Look what berry fragments scattered around. I don't feel like this is the main quest. Maybe it is. Behold, the moment of destiny is at hand. But where are we missing a song? Turtle got Smoochum. Congrats, Turtle. Once correctly displayed, it will be unlocked. Rotate. Ooh. Rotate. Rotate. Square. I wonder if they have to be in a certain order. There's a triangle. I wonder if there's like a trick to knowing what the order is. I'm looking at the door, but those things aren't the same. All those don't work. Hmm. Did you figure out the combination, Turtle? Oh, you're not doing it? I thought you said you were doing it. I am so confused. Is this quest
We
versus
mercs
the
have
story?
one simple rule.
You're doing the event.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
How do you know what the difference is? Like, I'm getting strayed from it, I guess? Hmm. Because I thought I went back on track to do the event, but I guess I didn't. Oh. Still in co-op mode, apparently. Trials with squid things, so those stay. Okay. Hmm. So the Recollector's Path. They always fuss. Jeez, it's almost midnight. Okay. Let's go. In Janko Trials, scorers will need to use the Nord fruit and the curious scattered nearby to pursue your uninvited guest. Yeah. I'm gonna drop it on them. It's analysis to summarize the specialties of curious and unrevealing guests if you could try them. Ritual dancing bonfires expel. No trial. Piercing thorns, withered barrel, bonfire, numbing barrel, withered box, trolls. What? Just viewpoint. Fruit smash you through all demons. Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Spacebar. Hit all the buttons. Oh. Guess I just escape and keep moving. Like that. Nope. Coconut repelled 14. Flower shot will not go through the vines. So you use the flower to shoot them? Dig for certain there might be ignited bonfire to attack their attention. It doesn't do anything. Weird. Just light all the things. Oh, you can take those down too. Interesting. Oh, the fruits can't exceed a certain amount. So we already filled. Just Turn escape. Yes, I don't know what the flowers do. Anything. Aimed at an opponent or curio to analyze its property. You just analyze them? Oh. Drop the bomb on the flower? Oh. I've already used too many fruits, so I have to stop it over. But now I understand. Oh, but I still succeeded? I don't own that ball. What about this one? Roll call Minetric. You're done with all of it? Dang. All the tiers? Or just this one? You just like line it up? That isn't quite the right location. Or is it? A little bit off. Like matching up a puzzle. But I have to be further back or higher up. Don't need to do anything, just move around until the circle thing appears. Okay, so I move around, then I die. You told me to move around. You just follow around in here until in the range until it appears. And then I just... Okay. Then I hit the T. And then that's it. Oh, okay. I see it now, because it has the meters at the top, and you follow the meters to find the right spot, too. Okay. I don't know how these things work. Everything's so different. No game's the same. I don't see how you get through the text so fast. So much of it. Quest complete. New quest. Oh. So, if this is the event, then is this the quest that we're looking at, like... Okay, so we're already on... We unlocked that one. And we didn't complete that part. Or that part. Okay. And then there's that one. Hello, welcome! Welcome, Jude. Okay, navigate. Gonna get over here and figure this out. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good.
Stay close. No
Trying to
going
figure
off
out
on
all
your
these
own.
puzzles.
The desert doesn't take prisoners.
I guess I didn't quite finish this one. Well, it said I get promos if I do it again, right? Isn't that what I'm trying to get is promos? Doing good, just saw your stream and looked fun? Thanks. I do? It said I didn't. Just claim that. Okay, I'll show you what I was talking about, but okay. It said... like... the exclamation marks. These have check marks. It's completed. But these two don't. Oh, because I'm just gonna click on the presents. Is that it? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. Never mind. Now I understand. But now I'm stuck in this one. You accept requests on Genshin? After I get to know people, not usually right away. I have to be cautious. Oh, it's P to stop the trap. Leave try. I forget that the little GIF next to it means you just click on the gift. That's terrible. Okay, so we just gotta unlock this one now. We gotta go to this one and do this one. And the navigation's already
Desert's
set.
a tough adversary,
And
but at least it doesn't hide anything.
over here. But that's on the hill, so I gotta go up that hill. Ooh. So is the best way to get to it down? No, it could be under the hill too. I'll just teleport over there and find out. Shush, Mono, stop failing trials. Shush, shush.
Sun's out, guns.
I feel like a noob every
Just sucks
event.
that I got so much work to do.
And I guess in a way I still am, but in a way I'm totally not. Tail floater. Poor Paimon. I'll be back, okay. Be back. I'm back in VC. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, because I get told I wasn't that hard to finish. As long as I know I'm actually doing the event. I'm like, oh, not doing the event? No, you're doing the other thing. I'm like, oh, dang it.
Over. Cat, you're in the way. Move. Don't
I'm just like
back me.
trying my best to actually stay on track and do the event. Get all these promos. Make my life happy. Because I need Kira. Irara.
I'm supposed to rotate this. Oh.
Shurish must reach the destination within the time limit. The more the Shurish has left upon completion, the more the valiant colors she obtains. Your high challenge the score. Okay. So collect all the things very quickly and go through the rings. And then sea drop fruit also exists in the trials. After being hit by them, Shurish vision will be briefly disrupted. Oh. So don't get hit. Just follow the things, don't need to read. Thanks. I don't want to read it. It might help if I actually go. No! There's no way you can get them all. Is that okay? Oh, it's just like the more you get, right?
Yeah. You actually have to get them all.
Aww. Oh, if you go through the middle of them, you get both of them. Longsons just don't get it short. Oh, I had just enough. I missed some in the beginning and I was okay. Long sentences just don't get hit in short. Okay. I didn't get hit. Did good.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to avoid those things. Oh dang, another marine?
Where am I going? How is it below me?
Oh, you had to go through a certain part to get over there. It took me a second to figure out where that was. I can't remember where it's at though.
Over here.
Buckle up!
Oop. This it? Yeah. Oh, another one of these. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna end up in combat. Oh.
Hmm.
That's just wrong. I still didn't catch him right.
Nay. Love me. Oh, jeez.
I swear, Pokemon thing hates me.
There we go. Matthew, welcome. Well, did you bring popcorn and drinks? Mmm. I like. I brought gummy bears back. I've been working on my water too.
Good.
In here lurking, just had stuff to do for work. I believe it. Work is cray cray. Never ends, I believe it. Speaking of work, you gotta work in the morning?
Yeah.
On a Saturday? A Sunday? Or you mean Monday?
Tomorrow's
Because
Sunday.
today's Sunday. Mm-hmm.
No. Well,
Well, it's 12:15 here. So.
but it's 11:15 for Turtle.
For him. Nope, Sunday? Ew! That's sad, Turtle. Not complaining, you got nothing to do. Nah.
I'll turn those things on. Fucking knew it.
I'm glad I don't have to work tomorrow.
Same.
It's way past my bedtime too. I'm already going, woo. Did I teleport there? No. Can't teleport to that thing, can you? Probably taking the wrong way.
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Where are we at?
Touch me! Fuckers!
Turtle's gonna get on to you for using words.
Might.
Play them at the end. I just like knowing where I'm at. Yeah, without you checking, I noticed that. That's what I was curious. That's why I looked.
Look alive! With all my strength! Go. Orders given. Orders received. Wow. Oh.
Let's get it on! Gloves off!
It's just faster. Yeah,
Oh,
makes sense.
Go!
Should have gone in and out of the menu.
This leads me. Surely not. Hands with the weight. Faster. Wheel of faith. Buckle up!
Interrupted my task.
First I have to go back this way.
Oh, what's this thing again?
Yeah, you got a couple of those thrown in. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You all make sure you get rid of the tangles.
Yeah. Tangles get in the way. We like these. We like that. Or, no, that didn't work. Yeah, there you go. That doesn't do anything to that guy. He just like in his own little space there. Shoot the crystals. Okay. These teams.
Right.
Oh. Like that. Oh, I should have shot that one too. And then shot them at the same time together to make them go away. Okay. That one already got himself vamoosed.
Right.
Then... That's 10 opponents. I don't know what there are. Oh, those are done. Okay, destroy the boxes and barrels. Okay. Top backseat turtle, gosh. No, I don't mind. What is that? A crab, a banana, and disco lights. Okay.
Oh, I have to fight some ruin guards at the same time. Makes me want to die. Seriously?
There's a gradient. No, I don't have any more of those. You're off to go call Jay and bully him. Take care, everyone. Good luck. Be nice. We're looking for the circly part. Is where? You don't even feel like you're in the right spot.
Brooke, get the fuck down, dude.
Be nice, never heard of it? Wish I had a bully. I'll bully you later. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Fight my cat, just so you guys know.
Now here you go.
She's driving me insane. She keeps getting in the way.
Mm-hmm. Turtle keeps catching all the Pokemon.
Rude.
Let your cat play, Rain. Right?
Doesn't have opposable thumbs, and she's too old. Never get it. She's 14, which means she's at least in her late 90s.
I only use Ultra Balls, that's maybe why. That probably is why. We're talking. Slander flows from your lips again, pale floater. Oh gosh, they're so bad. Oh, they have this bitter, bitter battle. I'm gonna stretch. Ow.
Interesting.
I feel like a rat, not a cat.
So that's that. I need another one.
There you go.
This one.
Hates reptiles confirmed. Never said I hate reptiles.
All animals. There are some that I would never own as pets or want to be near.
Yeah. Like, I'm not a super fan of snakes, but I think turtles and lizards are really cool. I really like the leopard geckos.
Yeah.
Go away. This is a little harder.
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
I imagine you have not gone through the light yet.
Light?
The light. You wanted to go to the light.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did the light.
Yeah, and because then we were like, no, that's not the right track or whatever. It's not this part.
Oh. Oh.
If I want to finish it before it ends in a day or whatever, yeah.
Okay.
So I can go back and finish that stuff later.
I didn't think that. I thought this was all part of it.
Sun's
Me
out,
too.
guns out.
Turtle's like, you're doing the wrong thing. I'm like, okay. I'll go do the right thing.
I've already done all the little trials and stuff and gotten my primos from those, so.
I was doing the wrong thing, so I had to fix.
But you get primos for doing this too.
But they don't end, I guess, like this one does.
This one ends, I thought.
Yeah, this one ends.
That's the one
But
that
those, I guess, don't.
Too. I guess not, yeah. You have to do the trials for the event. Okay, that makes sense. I just misunderstood a little bit.
Okay, me too. Still not sure I know what I'm talking about. 'Cause apparently I don't know.
No,
I
you're
was like,
good.
I never said that. I'm like, I don't know what you said then. I'm so confused.
No, it's the so what you're doing is fine because that is part of the recollectors or whatever. You need to do all those trials to get all your primos from the event, but the other going through the light and everything like that, that's still part of the event technically.
Thank you for the raid,
It's just a different part of the event.
There's
Oh
a
my god, a
Japanese
proving
festival
ground?
next month. Not sure if you should go. Where you live?
Sounds fantastic.
I would go if there was one near me.
Right. Oh god, what am I fighting? Oh no, I don't know if I want to do this now.
Yeah, the one I went last year is here again. Oh, you're so lucky. No, tickets got more pricey. Oh, dang. I wish we had one of those around here. I would have went. It's during Father's Day weekend. That probably makes it a pain. Difficult too.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Fuck. I don't want to do this.
You have classes so you can stay home and not forced to go with them to my uncle's place? Oh. And then you could go to the festival?
I don't really want to do that now.
I guess it depends on if your brother wants to go to your uncle's place or not. Oh my gosh! It's a jammy raid! Welcome everyone, welcome! Hi Jamie, how are you doing? P.S. Witch. I'm gonna get all these names wrong. Words are hard. Welcome everyone from the Jamily. Thank you so much for that read. You were awesome. Welcome. Welcome Catturn. Welcome Jamie. Welcome Blackridge. Welcome Unleashed. Welcome Hoofred. What did I miss? Because the names are hard. It says Neoshire Rami? Neoshire Rami? Words are hard. 7 hours and would not be able. Yeah. Yeah, I've been alive just a little while.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You know, it's a special stream, special occasion. Just kind of staying on. Getting stuff done, keeping going. So, got goals. Yeah, Switch, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for that follow. Neo is fine. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because words are hard. Welcome, Neo. But yeah, we've had fun tonight. It's been a fun stream. Special streamers here. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow, Neo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll put my hood back on. I'm wearing my cat onesie for one of the goals. They cashed out the cat onesie, so that's what we're doing. Today, be sure to look under rewards. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. Moripiko has been caught by Jamie, Whammy, and Neo. Ah, I didn't even see Moripiko pop up. I love Moripiko. I need Moripiko. I hope you guys had an awesome stream and an awesome night. Thanks for shouting out Jamie Whammy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, click on that link. Give Jamie Whammy a follow. You won't be disappointed. She is just a ray of sunshine 24/7.
Still the only mod that does their job.
I did spend almost 400 last time I went to the festival. Oh no. A Japanese festival sounds like fun though, but yeah. That's a lot to spend. Well, we played golf with your friends, so less sunshiny. Golf with your enemies. I know how that goes. You play golf with your enemies.
Hey.
Two paychecks before the festival, so I might go. I meant it was between me and 2 siblings, so true. Still sounds like it was a really good time. I don't blame you, I would go. But yeah, welcome everyone in from Jamie Whammy stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're raising money for St. Jude's tonight, doing the PlayLIVE. So anything you can do, it doesn't even have to be money. If you just can retweet, shout, you know, feel free to follow me on social media and share the word. And that alone can help draw people here who can donate. You know what I mean? Let's see, is it social? Ah, I did it. There we go. There we go.
I'm pretty sure we have both of them now. As
oh no, we went
so you
there
could
for
add
a
an
bit
S at the end
before
too.
It rained and it got canceled for the rest of that week. Oh no! Wow. So people made money or paid a lot of money to go to the festival and then couldn't go the whole week. Dang.
Sounds about right.
Oh, you could get a discount from last time? That's good. They did follow me on Instagram. That's cool. You're lucky. I want to go to a Japanese festival. I like festivals in general.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh. Jamie! Oh my god, Jamie! You did not have to do that, sweetheart. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Singing KimonoKat? Yes. You unlocked that tier. Now I gotta go look and see what all the tiers were and everything.
I think she just unlocked the karaoke.
Yeah, she did. She unlocked the karaoke stream. And she unlocked the... we didn't make the other scratcher spot. She technically unlocked another scratch too, off the scratch card.
Oh man.
I didn't even add that. How did I miss that? I don't know. But yeah, let me add that real quick too. Scratch card. That was at what? That was at the 75 mark. So yeah, 175 should have been another scratch card. So let me add that real quick. Scratch 175. Save.
No clue.
And then I think the next one is at, what is it, 125, I think? 125, yeah.
Oh.
No. 220. 225? Yeah, 225. I'm getting words. Words are hard.
Okay.
There we go. Save. Keep forgetting to put those back in there each time we make those. But yeah, thank you so much. Shall we unlock karaoke stream?
Dang it, I do 3 more? Seriously?
And now I gotta scratch one of these cards. I'm scared. Oh, did I not hit save on that? Oh, I didn't activate them. That's what happened. Activate. Oh, that's why I didn't go on there earlier. Because I actually did it, I just didn't activate it. Haha! Oops. Learning all the things and stuff. Okay.
Good job.
Yeah, there was a lot of commotion and angry people for canceling the festival due to the weather. Oh. But yeah. Okay, just so you guys know. This has been interesting. This is a card that St. Jude's gave me that as I reach certain levels, I scratch off another panel and I gotta find out what I have to do. So I really don't know what's on the card. That's been the fun part. So, so far we scratched off Hydrate. Chad decides the next game and tell a dad joke. So, Jamie gets a sticker! Yay! Yes, I need to write that down. Let me make a note right now, or I'll forget to give Jamie a sticker. Jamie, sticker. She redeemed sticker. You'll have to let me know if there's a specific one you want too, and I can always ask you later too. And then I gotta see if you redeemed a reward. I didn't look at that part yet either. Donations. She did. She redeemed. Let's see, or is it just part of the thing? Karaoke for the kids. Oh, you redeemed a print. Yay. Which one did you want? Did you want the Pikachu or the thing? I sure did, because I'm all about those heckin' prints. Yes, isn't this so cool? This one came out so good.
So
It's so good.
That.
So yeah. This could be so awesome. I'm so excited. So I gotta write that down. I love that one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got you. Got you. I'm keeping track of what I gotta send people. And print. For Jamie. See. And then, do you know which regular sticker that you want? Do you know? I'm not sure if you're familiar with my Nico Knees and different stuff like that. I have a lick one. What do I have? Let me go get these real quick.
Can you not? I don't want to
You love that one, yeah?
now.
Yeah, there's Nico Knee, it's shiny. There's the Zigzagoon, a lick one. The Pokemons. And then there's the KimonoKat booty. Of course there's a booty one. Now I'm embarrassed. And then words are hard, because words are hard, we know it. And then the newest one is the little guys that I just got too. It's a little tiny KimonoKat sticker. So just let me know. The booty is the next one I get.
You are wonderful.
What?
I don't
What
have
did I
all
miss?
of them now.
What? Turtle, Jamie subscribed. Thank you so much for the 15 months, Jamie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Turtle, 20. Oh God, where are we at? Jeez, thank you, Turtle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The little new one? Okay, I'm gonna write that down then. KimonoKat sticker. New sticker. New KimonoKat sticker it is. And then we're gonna do the scratch thing. And then I go see what Turtle did. Turtle donated $20. Thank you, Turtle.
Shit.
Alright, we're scratching a card off. Let's see what the heck I gotta do.
Oh, I wonder.
No talking for 5 minutes?
Does that include me?
No.
I was gonna say if it doesn't include me.
That's what it says. No talking for 5 minutes. That's a long time to not talk. Oh, well, let me respond to Turtle stuff before it's your stream now. Yes, raid stream now. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me refresh this thing real quick.
Well, if it's my stream, should I be sharing so
Turtle,
you have
you're
internet?
so bad. Oh, I gotta add Jamie to my board. That doesn't require talking. Good luck with the 5 minutes. Love you so much. I can text. Texting isn't talking. I can text and chat. I can do this.
You could. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Why didn't I do this earlier? Oh fuck. Help.
What did you do?
Help.
Okay. Or do movement with your fingers? Yeah. Having a wonderful rest of stream. Do sign language? Yes. Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you so much, Turtle.
No sign language. I can't
Alright, I'm gonna start this timer, but I'm gonna write the name on the board. Oh my gosh, thank you. No texting. That's cheating. Oh god, you guys are gonna make this hard. Alright, I'm gonna hit start, and Rain's gonna talk for me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no. I'm in like severe focus mode right now. I don't know if I can talk. A lot of pressure on me.
They can hear you, right? Yeah. I think they can hear you really loud, actually.
Yeah.
I think they could hear you louder than me. Now that I looked.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Ready?
No,
set, go.
Back. I got Chi-Chi killed. Jesus Christ, Puddles, go away! Go! Oh dear God. Turtle, swear to God, you guys can't see all the nonsense that I'm having to deal with over here. Some bullcrap, okay? Really struggling with this right now. Alright. Help. Beevil. Oh my god. She needs a raise? I do need a raise. You would think. I need a raise as a mod. Raise at my current job. All of it. Oh no. Let's see if I can fight this thing again. Turtle, I might need your help. Just saying. I don't know if I can do it alone. Oh no. Oh god. Why does it activate that? But like, there's literally nothing here. You're on Sorrow? That's rude. Is this thing okay to touch me? Do I want it touching me? Probably not. Ooh. Oh, no, okay, it could touch me there. Oh, did not expect that. That's rude. No, don't don't shoot at me. Oh, no, not stamina. I need boost attack. Boost attack. Shields. It's a hamster. But a dogger. So rude, turtle. Turtle. So rude. Why you gotta be so mean to Mono? Freeze it! Freeze! Oh, thank fuck. No, don't touch me. Help. Help me. No, no, don't shooty shoot. No, don't shoot. That hurts. Oh god. No, why'd you kill Chi-Chi? Alright, I give up. I can't do this. I can't do this quest line. And I need her roll help later. It's awful. What quest line am I gonna do now? Look for the great. Oh no, because I have to go through those things anyway. God dang it. That's part of that. I can't do that. Where's one of those?
It scared me to death that I couldn't make it stop. So I decided to start drawing because I couldn't handle
Jesus.
not doing anything.
Jesus. Is it loud?
Oh, the lucky cat board. There.
Heck yes.
We wrote the name on it. I was calling it the lucky cat board because it's gonna bring you good luck because your name's on here. So there you go, lucky cat board.
Oh, no. Heck yeah.
There. There's a cat on it. I about died. What are you talking about? Oh.
Hey.
I about died. Oh, 5 minutes. We blame St. Jude's.
Seriously.
For the 5 minutes. The bad part is I think we're $3 away from doing another scratcher.
Oh, Jesus.
We're $3 away from scratching again.
Wait, where's the other ones? Oh, they're there. I missed them?
Thanks to Turtle.
Okay. Wait, where's the plume? Oh, there it is.
Why is it that loud? Oh, because it was right under the microphone.
How did I get mail? Why did I get mail? Oh. Oh, because it's midnight and apparently it's a character's birthday. That's why.
Oh. So we got mail? Moon
Yeah.
upon oceans, moonlight upon ocean waves.
Yeah.
Hey. Cloud shrouded jade. Ta-da! Okay, so now we're gonna go figure out our path. Turtle. and get back to the game. Oh, you'll finish in no time. Just do the things. You don't no time. No time.
No going off on your own. The desert
No
doesn't
going off
take
on your
prisoners.
own. Desert doesn't take prisoners. Alright, we're gonna do one quest, and then I'll do a scratcher. Thank you, turtle. Begin trial. So we know to burn these first.
Okay, there's the flag thing there.
Then we come over here and burn this one. And then if we like this, does this attract their attention? Will they all run in front of that one so I can shoot them all at one time? Turn around. Let me shoot you. Still missed one. Dang it. I tried. Alright, let's go over here.
How about this up here? I don't know.
Pew! It's okay, we're gonna go drop a barrel up here. Oh, I still missed that guy. Alright, then we're gonna come down over here.
I'll go down here. Need more pretty flowers.
Then we're gonna come over here.
There's
Look, that passed everybody! Jeez. That's alright. Then we're gonna like move these guys this way. Then we're gonna move those guys this way, and then we're gonna come back over here.
They shouldn't. They should just run away completely.
Mm-hmm. They're so fast! I can't get them! How many opponents do I get every level again? Those? Just go away. I dropped it on him and he doesn't do anything! Mr. Grubby, welcome to the stream! That didn't help me.
Oh, there's some more.
Seems to be unaware of his surroundings. Yeah, no joke. There. Finally. Now it says to get 2 more, these 2. How do I get them to stop running?
Very carefully. Oh, yay, I did
So,
it.
1, 2, hello, what's this stream going on? This is a fundraiser stream for St. Jude, how are you? Ah, dang it, I'm just gonna shoot them. No, you can't just shoot them, it doesn't work that way.
I think that's a little rude, Mono.
I only got 1! Oh, I can't get him.
Like, if I could do it for you, I would, but...
Ah. I'm too slow. How much did you raise so far? 225, and I'm about to have to do another crazy task. There, he's finally gone. And then I have to get some more barrels. Where's the most barrels at? Yeah, 225 so far. Crazy. Crazy cool. And then one more over here. I'll only get one more fruit, but this should do it. That's okay. That should be enough. I passed the trials. And then we gotta do another scratcher because we made it to the 225 mark. So we gotta do another scratch off. And I gotta add more scratch offs to the thing. So you're just in time for some kind of shenanigans, and I'll explain that in just a second. Let me add this other thing in here. That's at the 275 mark. I'll have to have another one. Let's see. Incentives. Milestones. Edit. 2. Save and activate. Oh, so we activated that one. Refresh, it should be there. And then there's nothing at the 250 mark. We don't have anything.
You didn't put anything at the 250 mark?
Apparently not.
Dang.
So I'm gonna add something there too. Another scratch thing. Add until they're gone, right?
Might as well.
Yep. Kitty scratch card. If you're wondering what the kitty scratch card is, I'm about to explain. It is a torture device invented by St. Jude. To torture cats like me. That's awesome. Yeah, it is. Okay, they gave me this, I don't want to see my face. They gave me this scratch off card. And basically, you scratch off things at different points in your stream. And I have to do whatever it says. So far, we've had hydrate, dad joke, chat picks my next game, and no talking for 5 minutes. That was hard. I laughed like 10 times, and Lady Rain had to entertain.
So I don't know why we thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, considering Turtle keeps going, this is a St. Jude stream, we shouldn't be cursing. And then Lady Rain says every other word because she's fighting bad guys and getting frustrated. So, alright, here goes. We're gonna scratch another thing off and see what happens next. I'm scared. Oh god, it's a long one. This is... No, 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 no!
What is it?
Play a game blindfolded for 5 minutes.
Oh no. This is gonna be great.
Blindfolded. Oh, this is bad.
Genshin blindfolded. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, if I accidentally end stream, I'm sorry. Because,
Just keep your hand on the keyboard and mouse. Don't move them.
Yeah, don't accidentally hit...
Hope you get somewhere.
If my mouse strays from Genshin to, OBS, we'll be in trouble. Maybe I'll shrink OBS. That might be a good idea. Like, I don't have it, like, up. It's like, you know how you... Whatever. Tell it to go down so I don't accidentally hit it. She falls off a cliff. I'm gonna be blindfolded so I don't have to read chat. But you guys get to be murdered by another alarm. I'll turn it down this time though. Oh, actually no, alarm volumes aren't affected. I forgot that. Alarm volumes stay high. It doesn't matter what you do. Ah, okay, so we got this ready. Minimize. Yes, that's the word. Ah, you guys are just in time for some nightmares. I'm gonna fall off a cliff. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna, murder some people. Oh, you guys can tell me which way to go. Like right, left, up, down.
Just... So do I have to read chat?
Yeah. Yeah. Because I can't read chat.
Oh, jeez.
Yo. Okay. I gotta go get a blindfold.
Oh, Jesus.
Actually, I have bandana hair. That should work.
Y'all put too much trust in me.
She's gonna sabotage me. Oh, jeez. Turtle. That's so rude. What does he tell you to do to me?
What? Nothing.
Make her fall? Rude. Very rude. YouTube shorts? Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. Oh, God. Not looking forward to this.
It's gonna be great.
I took my hair.
It's fine.
It's
not meant to look great.
I want pretty hair, even with a blindfold. Oh, I don't know how to do that though, because I'm just gonna make it worse when I pull it back up this way. Yeah, no. God, that just looks worse. Oh well. And that's what we get. And this little piece is gonna poke me right in the eye.
That's fine.
It's gonna fall.
Might have to tighten it a little bit.
Yeah. Let's look. Yeah, it's just gonna have to be over my hair. And I'm gonna have to tighten it a little bit. Oh gosh.
That's the big baddie? What the heck is that?
This was the one I was dreading the most. I'm scared what else is on this freaking card.
It can't be that bad.
I don't know, but I'm glad I haven't watched any streams to know, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure other streamers have done these. Or they were like, no way. It's definitely tighter. Okay, I definitely can't see. But I gotta see to push the button on my phone. Or Rain can do the timer.
Oh god.
And then it won't flare out our ears.
I'm in the middle of a domain. It kind of makes it a little difficult.
Oh, she can't do it yet, so we gotta give her 5 minutes, she's saying.
Just a little bit.
It makes it better. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see anything. I like Rambo Cat.
Yeah, I decided I was gonna do a domain, and clearly, probably was not a great idea.
Yeah, you can't read chat and do that.
No.
Soup.
She's from the west side.
God, yeah, I can't see nothing. We're good. It's tight. I feel like it's cutting off my forehead circulation.
Almost done. I almost got it. Yay, I got it.
Did.
Yes. I did the things. I completed the domain.
My hair is such a mess. I need to comb it. Oh. There.
I guess.
You're just showing off kinks. Oh god, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm glad I had this bandana in this box and you guys knew about it because of other stream events like years ago.
I don't know about it, but that's besides the point.
It's on Instagram, so it's out there.
She does this on stream often. She doesn't, Turtle.
I'm gonna shut up because anything I say is gonna be wrong. I just can't. I was gonna say, yeah, no, I can't say a word.
Nope.
I need my 5 minutes.
There's no defense to you. They're not gonna let you have it.
I need my 5 minutes because I've almost gave myself away a few times.
Oh, jeez.
With this situation, and I'm not going to.
Do a timer
This is a
real quick.
sacred stream for the children. It is for the children, but that doesn't mean the children have to watch. It does say 18 plus, because this is where us adults play and raise money for the children who are asleep and in bed like good little children right now.
Like they should be.
At least in the United States, they should be.
I got a timer set up, so whenever you feel like being blindfolded.
Okay, and you're ready to do the theme?
Yeah, I'm not in the domain anymore.
So you guys, oh god, it's a trial.
Oh no. You might want to switch from Big U.
Yeah.
Here, what I'll do is
I won't be able to do that remotely.
We mercs have one simple rule.
I'll join
Whoever
your
pays
world,
the most is your
and
new
then
boss.
I can keep an eye on your character in real time.
She can at least protect me. Alright, we're gonna do this. Shush, turtle! Alright, I'm gonna blindfold myself. Alright. She started a timer now.
Yep.
I gotta find my fingers on the keys. Okay, this is AWS and this is mouse. This should be F. Was that F?
I don't know. It didn't begin the trial, so I guess not.
Oh god, I guess
F
I'm
should
off.
have like a little like bumpy on it.
Yeah, that's what I hit.
Maybe you hit J, so you need to hit the other bumpy thing.
No, that's too far.
No, okay, I don't.
See, I'm on the right. See, this is forward.
Oh,
That's
there we
backwards.
go. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Maybe I'm
Not
supposed
quite
to-
forward and backwards, but you're close.
Backwards.
No, you went right.
What? No.
At least you did for me, but I don't know.
This is forwards.
Okay.
I'm up to the thing.
Alright. No. You want to go right a little bit. No. And then you want to go right from there.
You don't?
So where you're at, you want to go to the right.
Okay.
Oh, go back. Sorry. Backwards, maybe? There we go, okay. I can't see on your stream. Okay, yes, go ahead and F.
Okay, I'm trying. Now what?
I still have a lot to do with the guild. How about
Oh, you can't start the challenge in co-op mode.
Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, so we can just
Got it.
wander around. So I'm
Well,
just gonna.
you're gonna run into a wall.
Should I be sharing my screen? It's kind of late for that.
No, it's okay. I'm in the same.
Oh, you're
instance
on
as
this
you.
the same game as me. Okay, never mind.
But you're
I
going
was
towards a
like-
wall. If you don't want to climb a wall, you might want to go the other way. There you go. Still going towards the wall.
Oh. Can I fly?
There you go. Almost.
I wanna fly.
You're not going very far. There you go.
Just tell me when to hit the space bar.
Okay, you do that. Oh, never mind. You weren't very far. Can't. Where you're going, you're not gonna be able to fly.
Oh. I wanted to fly.
Okay, well, you're kind of going the right way for flying, but now you're not. Okay, okay, now you're going up a wall. But you're gonna hit the floor above you, so it's probably not a good idea.
So which way do I need to go? Right, left,
Down.
forward, back?
You should go back down.
Down. Did I hit X?
Yes.
Okay.
So now you can come backwards. There we go.
And now which way?
Well, I can't even tell where you're going. Hold on. Where are you? You're kind of going toward. Okay, up a wall is apparently the way you're going.
No, I don't want to go up the freaking walls.
You were going up a different wall, though.
I feel like I can't go forward. Is that bad?
You can go forward, and you should. Oh,
Okay.
I'm standing in the way that time.
You're what?
Okay, there we go. I was standing in your way, so you weren't moving.
Oh.
I have no idea where you're going here, but we'll go with it.
I want to jump off a cliff, and I want to fly.
Well, we're not really in a spot you can jump off a cliff.
Well,
Kind of a hard spot to have a cliff to jump off of.
let me see. Can I hit the M key on my keyboard? No, there's no way I can do the map.
No, but you just hit 5 minutes, so you're okay.
I can take it off! Thank
Yes!
God.
My people are used
Remember, like, all we did was climb walls and walk in
hope that
circles.
one day
You mostly did walk in circles.
Oh, yeah, well, don't say it. Just the secret scream with mindful. She's thinking about things. Can she started? Whispers in the mic. Oh my god.
Not whispering in the mic. It's weird.
See, this is nowhere near where we started.
It actually kind of is. You started over this way.
Wow. I went a long way. See, I thought I was standing near that thing and I could just jump off the edge.
No.
That's what I wanted to do. I was like right here, and I just wanted to jump off and fly, and that's where I pictured I was still at. Like that.
We're near. And then you came over this way and started climbing the wall, which is why I told you that you were gonna hit the ceiling.
I can't believe I made that much ground, because I feel like I was doing inches.
You did for a little bit.
And then after a while, I was just like, let's go!
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Oh, jeez. I think my earpiece is trying to fall out. My hair looks so flat now.
It's okay.
The desert's
Alright.
a tough adversary.
Pull
But at
catch.
least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get. And whether
don't
you
wanna
take on the
focus.
challenge is entirely up to
Already caught?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It was because a little late. That's just wrong though.
Yeah. I think my braid's coming out too.
Now you can do your
My
challenge trial thing.
my event things.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's still gonna count me in co-op mode, isn't it? Or maybe not.
Yeah, I think you're still technically in co-op mode. I left the team, so.
Let's see if it lets me do it. Yeah, can't do it. Co-op mode. Boop. Co-op mode.
Crashing tree.
Two player.
Where are all the...
I'm sorry I didn't jump off any cliffs and die and run into any enemies. I tried. I tried to jump off a cliff. Apparently, I'm bad at doing bad.
Fine. Alright, so...
I feel like I just did this. Here. Oh, you guys want to run around here.
There's one in here. I did that one in there too.
I missed one. That's okay. We'll come back to him. Then we're gonna go right here. And right here. Oh, and I missed all of them. Oh, that was good. I got 2. I don't even know what I attempted to do there. That was a waste.
Thing's about to attack us? What's attacking us? Oh.
Should have started on high mountain before starting. Oh.
Oh no. Seriously?
Like the top? Let's see. Still missed in that guy. Got 4 of them though. And so I need at least 3 more, but they're all like in different places. Doing the same dumb stuff.
Yeah.
I can't hit them when they're doing this. There.
Did that count, or are they gonna respawn? They're probably gonna respawn, that's fine.
Let's see. Okay, that guy was a little slower. That was better. And I gotta go get this guy. Who's speedy. I don't like the speedy ones.
Oh, I know, that one was a little difficult for me too.
Okay, so about... There. Now I just need some more barrels. Where has the most barrels? Up here has a lot. There you go. Okay, I'll be off to bed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Turtle. Thank you for the lurks, and thank you for the donations. Get to sleep, man. Good luck at work tomorrow. Did I just do that one again and it didn't have to? I don't know. I feel like I did. Oh, because I'm doing it in the wrong place. Good night, all. Good night! Night, Turtle! How close is the next scratcher? $25 away. We did unlock a karaoke stream coming up, though. Just gotta schedule a date for it. That'll be fun. There it is. That's what I need. Karaoke stream.
Heal.
Yo. In trial. I wish I was a little faster at least.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go up there, aren't I? God dang it.
So this is gonna be a little closer than I am.
Oh yeah. You're almost to the spot.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Dead already.
Da, 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 da. Can't believe I got blindfolded.
Look for the fragments. Okay. Where's the other? Oh, it's up here. Got it.
Teleport. Go talk to the person again.
Sun's out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work to do.
Third time. I did it. I called it.
Wait, what? Let's see. Okay.
Oh god.
Hey, somebody needs to fix this old bridge.
So what are you doing?
Me?
Puddles is like trying to curl at my feet.
Oh. Oh, apparently I'm flying again. Oh, jeez.
Oh jeez.
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't
Oh no!
Oh,
no,
God.
I hit the wrong thing.
That scared me. Oh, God.
I don't know whose idea it was to let people fly in this game, but it's kind of hard.
It is hard. I will admit it. Yay! Bulldor appeared. Wrong one. I don't have that one. There we go. Then we're going to go. Whoa, where is that? I think I can just fly. We'll take a quick stop. Just because we can. Took a quick detour. You saw nothing. I think this is part of my route. No, actually, this is a detour too. Hey, I caught the demons. No, I can't do it because this dude's following me. Run away till he turns around. saw a flower. There it is.
I call dibs.
Come on over here. There we go. Where is that spot again? Right here. This one's gonna be interesting. This one doesn't look as easy. Maybe.
A weird spot, I think. After a little bit of time passes, it does give you a hint, though.
Yeah, it gives you the measurements after a certain amount of time. Nadia, welcome. Welcome back. Oh, I failed. I left the area. By accident. You weren't kidding, this one's a weird spot.
Yeah.
I feel like it's to the right. But it's not.
It is and it isn't.
No, that's not right. It's higher up. But not that high. And if I go that way... There it is.
Go away. You're in the way.
Ta-da! Good. Oh, my feet hurt. My knees hurt. Gotta put my feet on the floor.
That's usually a good idea.
Too many hours of streaming with my feet up.
Yeah.
Not good for the knees. So then you go there. I can do that too. Oh.
Bro, stop.
I will not be taking the twin horn chaplet from you. Missing the point. What?
Wait. Is that not where another one is? Oh, that one's below. Got it. Brooke, I really don't need you doing that. Is that all you want? Gosh.
You're hiding in a rabbit hole? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm on there some credit for that. Why are you hiding in a rabbit hole? Yay! We got stuff. Is that the last one? Doubt it. Seems like we got so many to go. It's worth out lives. Bunny rabbits. Yeah. Let's see. And what? Are you really gonna go to that one next? Or are we done? Since we have multiple things blinking, I think I did that. Then we got Bunny from Baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, apparently I accidentally found another great song.
Oh?
I just accidentally found something that I was supposed to find.
Oh, I think we
I
finished.
wasn't even looking for that.
And then we did this one, and complete. 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 We did that one, and then we did this one. Complete. Complete. Did you get done bullying your friends, Matthew?
Really nice
As
to
you
bully
put
your
it.
friend.
Huh?
But it's not really nice to bully your friend.
No, it's not. He's kidding, though.
Get this one.
Let's see. It's his bestie. Mm-hmm.
And did I say this one too?
So we're gonna go here. And now that we know how to do this right, because it's gonna bother me that all of them have check marks except for one.
Feel that. See, I just did enough to get me the primos.
I did all of them except for I think one is complete. And so it's just driving me nuts because it's just pretty sure it's just the one that I messed up on. Yeah, just one. Literally, one. So, I'm gonna go get the one, because it's the fruit thing. It's the bombing thing. I got the hang of this now. It was the very first one I did, so I didn't do that good at it. Nick Dothy! I got to go. KimonoKat, hope you have a good night. Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a really good night. Thank you so much for hanging out and lurking tonight. Much appreciated. Exploding barrels. Oh, this isn't the one. This is something else. Oops. This is about me hurting myself, apparently. This isn't what I was looking for. This was the wrong one. We'll just let that one expire, because I don't feel like hurting myself right now. I don't have the right person for that one. That one I would use somebody with a bow and arrow, so I didn't hurt myself. Yeah. Go to bed. Night cat ring. We're party animals. I don't know what you're talking about.
So go to bed. I'm just trying to do all these stupid event things.
I know, right? We're crazy. Okay, so all of these are gonna line up now. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna shoot them all at one time. Lurky Lurk! Thanks for the lurks! Get 6 of them at one time. Yes!
Yeah.
Now we're gonna come up here. These two sitting pretty.
Take out those little lightning things. Don't run away.
Yeah, they run anyway. Then I think I have one more. Where's he at? Oh, they're over here. They'll run away as soon as a young goose appeared. And that should do my people and my barrels. Ta-da! There, now I feel much better. Should have a perfect check mark.
No, I'm still looking for.
Yay! So, I got a message that Kirara is out, but I don't know if that just means I gotta restart.
Oh. I don't know.
Or because it sent me to a thing that said, "Out upon the eaves, Kirara is here. Participate in the event to win merchandise." Duration, May 21st through 26th. So maybe this is just to win merchandise, but it makes me think she's here, and I want to restart my game.
No, that's something else, I think.
I want to restart, I want to get it.
Brooke, you're not helping. You need to move. here.
All my messages. I've been streaming all day. They're like weird and goofy looking in this hat. I'm like, yeah, this is weird looking. Oh well.
So I don't have that one.
Well, I'm passing out. Have a great time, Mona. I will talk to you tomorrow once you see your Discord chats. Not the DM messages. Not relevant anymore. Okay, okay. Alright, good night. Those are pretty cool. I use that for a theme. Trying to get a good picture of my outfit because I'm gonna do a thank you message after.
Oh, hey.
It kind of works. I'll pick one later. Works for me. Alright, let's see where we at. Lucky Rara! Want it to be now! I do want it to be now. Look at those promos though. That event was nice to me. 4599. I'm trying. Oh, I didn't even do my dailies. We can do my dailies real quick.
I should probably do your dailies.
Yeah, let's some more promos. That's the whole point. I'm trying to get them so I can get Kirara. We need a cat girl. So we all need cat girls in our lives.
Sun's out, guns out. Just sucks that I got so much work to do.
Please reconsider. We should really take a long turn. Come on, stop worrying already. I'll be fine. Traveler, you're just in time. Please, you've got to help me out here. Anna wants to become an adventurer. And can't be an adventurer as I... blah 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 blah. Okay, I just can't read that fast. I think the timing's off on these because like it'll be too long for the ones that have like 3 rows of text. But if it's 2 rows of red text, it doesn't give you enough time. It's like, hello.
Right. No, that's not even what I was looking for in here.
Thank you
Not
for the
very helpful.
retweet, Nick Dothy, if you're still there listening.
What's up here?
That was me. No, that was other people. Maybe it was me. I don't know. I'm reading it wrong. I'm sleepy.
Nope, not there. Huh.
Genshin-impact. Here we go. Can you believe we're almost halfway to my goal?
Crazy.
No!
In one night.
Yeah. In one night. $25 and we'd be halfway.
Really?
I just realized my little floating fairy is with me in town. I don't know what to think about that.
I don't think it disappears until after the event thing, maybe.
I don't know. I hope it never does.
Right?
Even though she's mean. She's mean as heck. Hey, they even had some of those crazy crystals here now, the blue ones. What the heck?
Huh.
That was cool.
I'm missing one of these though. Why am I missing one? So I don't have this one. No, I already did that one.
I don't want to fight you guys. I just want to take this thing out. So leave me alone. Take out these towers. Oh, I can't take out this one, I don't think. Wrong one. This one.
You ain't messing around.
There. Then teleport.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Oh, that's why I can't get that one. Okay. Oh, fuck.
You asked for it.
Pew, pew.
Committed to memory. This might hurt a little. Yeah. Yeah. me.
Don't want to mess with this. One more. Gonna go here.
Nope.
Wow, it's snowing. You can really hear the snow falling. Add in the swirling snowflakes, and it feels like the spirit of nature is dancing.
She's cute. I've never taken her in the snow before. I wonder if I still have more stuff in the mountains to do. I don't really remember.
Sunny days are so warm and cozy.
I wish you could join me. I need help.
They make me sleepy.
Yeah, I wish I could help them.
Yes.
Maybe immediately.
My characters aren't high enough level to help me. That made me beat 2 rune guards. Now,
Here. Yeah. I got my balance.
You know it's the last one. I can go to town. Turn these in.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Great ball. I don't have either ball. I'm out of balls.
Rebooting.
There. Pokemon! I just can't win.
The desert's a tough adversary.
I can't win.
But at least it doesn't hide anything.
Ad Astra Abyssos.
Whoa. Collect all these things. ever made it to 50 on the BP level? Like,
Nope.
I think the closest I've ever made it is like 29 or something. Rotate the device, change the cipher display on it. When the cipher is correct display, the display will unlock. Yeah, I know, but... How do you know what the correct display is?
Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners. My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life. We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Sure. Turn the gear such that all three displays ensure screw. messed up.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
This looks so cool. This doesn't look like this time period.
Oh, yeah.
She already did this, right?
That part, yeah, but that's what I'm struggling with. Is when I finally get it completely opened, or at least most of the way open, to get the song that's in there. I can't get to it.
Oh no.
Because of the 2 ruin cards. You might be able to do it because you're just so overpowered compared to everything else that you have,
Right,
but I'm
that's what
not.
I'm hoping.
I decided I was going to ascend, and so then I got screwed over because my only 80 character is Traveler, and then the others are 60, and the Ruin Guards are 62 for me. But it's pretty easy getting through those guys, but I will say there are 2 Ruin Guards that you have to go through there too, aside from what I'm trying to go through. What I'm trying to go through is much harder. I'm gonna hop off though, because it's after 1 o'clock here.
Oh, those are the guys that are frozen.
I accidentally disconnected. Wanna try my stream. I mean, I was going to bed anyway, but
yeah, a little bit before you planned on talking. A little bit before you did that. Yeah. All right. Well, have a good evening. I'll probably be getting off early too.
Yes.
I'm actually sleeping. It's needed.
Me too. Need sleep.
I guess I don't do that.
Oh yeah, I don't think. No, you have to do something else there.
But yeah, when I get stuck, I'll quit. I don't get up to. It's late. It's what,
All
2 in the. Oh god, it's gonna be 3. I'm not gonna get up till
Yeah.
noon.
It's fine. You probably need to sleep anyway.
Yeah. Alright, good night. Rest.
Good night.
Wheel of Life. Sacred name, Fortune Preserver. Play.
Committed to memory. This might hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
Your dead mate! Just great. I call dibs.
Let's feed them a little bit of food. I look hungry. Yes. Just because we don't want to be caught off guard with these guys, I want to make sure they're well fed. Welcome to the stream if you're looking and listening. My name is KimonoKat. We're still looking for this energy block, but maybe this little green guy will help us a little bit here. Ta-da! And then we can go in. Ooh. Okay. Where are we gonna go? And there's some notes. And, records unknown. Yeah. Just got that. Okay. And I'm pretty sure we have to follow this little green block in. Feeling kind of steampunkish in this area. A little bit like Stray, a little bit like Bioshock. You know, definitely unique, but feeling it. Oh, another puzzle. Interesting. I wonder if it's the same combination as the other one. Find out.
Let's go.
Not the same combination.
Cooler.
No! Return to the control center. We have to get back out and return? And ask him for more clues? I feel like that's what we've been told to do. Oh, the green thing returned home? No, it's just flying in circles around the room. Alright, so we gotta figure out how to get out of here. Now that we got in here. Is this it? I think so. Yeah. We gotta go back to the top, I think, and talk to what's his name again. Figure out what this next combination needs to be. What? Maybe we can't. It told me to return to the control center, but it won't let me return to the control center. Interesting. It's weird though, because it was open. Oh wait, can we go this way? This way. Oh, that's right. That was just a room that we can't get out of. It's not gonna let us. We tried a couple times. Okay, so we gotta go this way. And we don't know the combinations of this other door, but we gotta get through it. Oh wait, there's power circuiting through there. Do we need to... Oh jeez. Alright, we'll go this way, and we're supposed to go this way. But we're supposed to remember... Is there any secrets on the walls? Oh! Oh! There is! Right there's the combination! But I can only see it in that form, right? You're right. I can only see it in that form. So square, E, square. Cool. I thought that is iridescent walls had a purpose. We need square. Then we need the little sideways E thing. And then for the bottom one, we need a square.
1, 2, breathe.
There's so much going on in here. I want to go check it all out. Can we go that way without getting in trouble? Probably not, but we're going to. There. It was something. Laura, money. Oh, that's the thing she can't get past. Okay. Maybe? Yeah, pretty sure. Pretty sure we're about to have a hard time. Just keeping them running a little bit, because, I don't want to deal with their spinniness.
I didn't feel that.
Yeah, that part is not a fan of. So, once he calms down, then I'll go back down here.
Committed to memory. This way eternally. The Temple of Wisdom.
No, go back to her. Oh, and we can run away so we don't get hurt. He does his crap. Come back. Freeze him a little bit, hit him a couple times. And you know what? I'm not even gonna waste my Q on her right now. It's not worth it. So. Alright.
Faster? Okay, faster.
We're gonna go through here. It's probably not the one she was talking about, I would imagine. It's probably the next set of them. Have to open. I'm scared. This is probably where she's talking about. That it gets hard. Or maybe the other door? Because this is that guy again? What is this? Is he a treasure chest? What's that? Did we unlock? Oh, we unlocked that with those guys. We almost missed it.
Treasure chests.
Is that cobwebs?
Do
Can
we
we go in
have
there?
treasure chests?
We'll go through the cobwebs. Interesting. Then we also missed this over here. We're like doing stuff. Now we've got all the stuff, and now we can go through here.
Faster? Okay, faster.
And then I think he told us to place the energy block. Cores have been filled. Now we should be able to activate. Oh, isn't that unexpected? Is there a problem somewhere? Seems that we need to go have a look. There's a control center is in the direction it previously came from. Since that's the case, let's go together. We are looking at all this stuff. I feel like you would get electrocuted walking on this ground. What do you think? The problem lies with these relays. Relays in this place have been sealed in crystal, but since these ruins don't use impurities energy, it should have come to attention. Oh. Next question has to be placed intentionally sealed by someone with the ability. Basket still. Crystals. Far right nearby that contains. I believe you can sense it. Of course. Are you doubting my majestic power as a plume guard? I would never dare. Alright. Something. Ancient underground ruins left by. Hey, so we gotta get rid of those blue things and rotate the mixer to change the flow direction. And when entry routed to the control device, you can activate it using the corresponding facilities. Okay.
One.
Rotate. Well, they're both lit up. Nice. I believe we should proceed along. Okay, where?
Life goes on.
Nope, wrong one. This way, I guess. I don't know. Somewhere. So there's one there. We missed one by chance. Ah! God, you scared me to death. Thank you telling me to go to sleep. No, turtle, you did scare the crap out of me. I was not expecting that. Ah! Wrong way. Oh, fine, we'll just climb this little stick. I do think you're supposed to go somewhere. I'm not sure where. We're supposed to turn something. When we find it, we'll know it. Ooh. He's out there. Oh, hi. A room full of things and stuff. Seems to be flowing. Rotate. I think we have to go find it where it starts flowing. Come on, Sealy. Come back this way. Get in your spot.
Well, how about that?
There. Hmm. So do we Oh. Look, this is used to thaw these out. I just run around and thaw them all out. And I'm scared because I feel like some of this other stuff needs to be thawed out. Maybe the Sealy will show me where I'm supposed to go. Sealys have a way of doing that. And a treasure chest.
I call dibs.
Oh, there's a ladder. I would have never looked up here. I would have never looked up here.
I call dibs.
I think these are pretty good though. Other than there's a bot and there's more bots in there. Interesting. Let's see. Rotate this one. That way, maybe? I figure out how to make it go all the way around the ring. And that doesn't stay. But how do I make it stay? Hmm. Maybe I don't need to fight with this yet. It says this is connect the circuit. So this one needs stuff going to it. So we're gonna put that way. Rotate that one to it as well. Turn this one. And turn this one. Then one should be fine. This one needs to rotate this way. Then I think that's right, but that could be wrong. That makes it flow that way, and then that one gets that one. Everybody's got juice, but back there doesn't. Don't know if back here is supposed to get juice. I would think so. So I think that would turn to that. That would turn to that, and then that would get juice. But I gotta come stand over here. Okay, something happened. So that one went that way. Oh, this door opened. Oh, this wasn't open before. Oh. Let's see. This one works that way. This one works. This should work that way, I would think. I don't know. When I come back over here again, what have we changed? Anything? Looks like that one's still getting juice, and that one's getting juice, but for some reason, that one's not getting juice over there, and I can't really see. So that one was getting juice. But that one's not, so it makes me think that one has to turn that way. And these are working together. And that has to go that way, and that has to be that way. No, why is it so freaking close? This side just has no juice whatsoever. Oh, but you gotta open that. You gotta send it juice so that you can open the other one. Send it juice so that you can power this. There's no thing in here though.
Some selling some of this.
No thing in there though. Hmm. And that's gonna go like that. That goes that way, so that's how we ain't gonna worry about then. This is all good, other than this circuit here is not getting enough juice from these. And if I rotate this, nothing's gonna happen. Hmm. Missing one piece. Other than maybe you're not. Because you can go up here. Or maybe you can't go up here yet because there's no power. Can go up here. Oh yeah. This is where we're ready to do some business. Maybe this is where we stop. What do you guys think? I think we stop here. We come back and we do this battle. Next stream. I think that's a good spot. Ta-da! I think these guys have to be defeated before we can restore power. Sure you want to quit? Yes, sadly. You guys are awesome. It's been a great stream. Thank you all so much for the donations. Your generosity is amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything. Thank you for helping me get, we almost made it halfway in one day. That's awesome. I appreciate you guys. We unlocked the karaoke stream. We unlocked so many different things today and had so much fun. I owe you guys a KimonoKat because we unlocked both onesies at the same time. So next stream I will appear as KimonoKat. And we will finish playing some Genshin, and I will let you guys know. Hopefully I can plan what day the karaoke stream will be and get that up and running for you guys. But I appreciate everything. You guys are awesome. I hope to be live again tomorrow, at least for a little bit. It won't be as long of a stream though tomorrow, because I do have to shift my schedule back for work. But love your faces. Thank you again. These were hilarious, and I look forward to more of it. Catch you guys next time. Good night, everyone. Say good night. We're gonna go do some things and stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna push the magic buttons.